shadowed lands where ravens fly, where secrets lurk and madmen cry. Through chambers dark and haunted spires, whispers curl like midnight fires. A mournful tale, a dreadful song, the worlds of Poe and Lovecraft throng. In twisted woods and cryptic seas, they bring the bravest to their knees. So drift through the mist where the moon is a ghost, in worlds where the horrors take shape and boast. In Poe's dark rooms, in Lovecraft's lair, the haunted and horrid are waiting there. Beneath the boards, a heartbeat pounds. In Poe's dread tales, lost souls are bound. Black cats screech and coffins quake as sins arise from watery lakes. But deeper still, in eldritch caves, lie Lovecraft's ancient, writhing graves, where nameless beings watch the shore, and darkness waits to feed once more. So drift through the mist where the moon is a ghost, in worlds where the horrors take shape and boast. In Poe's dark rooms, in Lovecraft's lair, the haunted and horrid are waiting there. Past Riley's gates and Arkham's tombs, through starless skies and eldritch glooms, they wait for you to take the dare, to venture forth if you would dare. In crimson dusk where shadows creep, the nightmares wake where dreamers sleep. A raven's call, a cultist's scream, they call you now to join the dream. The worlds of Poe and Lovecraft blend, where sanity comes to an end. One step beyond, beware the cost, for in these lands your soul is lost. So drift through the mist where the moon is a ghost, in worlds where the horrors take shape and boast. In Poe's dark rooms, in Lovecraft's lair, the haunted and horrid are waiting there. So drift through the mist where the moon is a ghost, in worlds where the horrors take shape and boast. In Poe's dark rooms, in Lovecraft's lair, the haunted and horrid are waiting there.
Okay, that was weird. Nope, still muted. What the? No. Why is it doing this? There it is. Okay, fine. We can hear me, right? Right, there we go. Don't know what that was all about. That was weird. For some reason, the ghosts of Halloween got my microphone and changed my input from the normal one here, the microphone, to my headset. But guess who's not wearing a headset with a microphone on it and has never worn a headset with a microphone on it? Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to all of you. It is All Hallows Eve, the eve of Halloween, the eve of All Hallows Eve, the 30th of November, 2024. We did this last year, and people liked it and suggested that we make it an annual thing, and people asked about it this year, so we're doing it again this year. We've just finished the Sarah Boone trial, and we're getting ready to get into a really heavy, just awful trial. And so I thought we'd take this time to decompress and read some spooky Halloween stories. Before we get going, we'll take a couple of minutes here to get ready, allow this thing to populate, allow live viewers to come on in. And for those of you that are on replay, just fast forward a little bit till it gets spooky. We currently have 133 people here and 88 likes. This is probably going to be a very low attended show. We'll just have to see how it pans out in the end. But make sure you hit that like button and subscribe button if you haven't already done so. And we have our like and subscribe poll already set up. Today's like and subscribe poll is quite simple. Are you enjoying this? Yes, no, or just following orders? Well, 67% of you so far have said you like it, and we haven't even done anything. So I take that as a compliment. Right. So what are we doing? We're doing some readings today of Edgar Allan Poe and H.P. Lovecraft. Tomorrow, Halloween, we will be reading exclusively H.P. Lovecraft. I plan to start with the Call of Cthulhu because I basically have this room is basically, you can't see all the Cthulhu paintings and statues and idols and other things. This room is basically a Cthulhu shrine. In fact, tonight my lighter of choice is my Cthulhu Rising from R'lyeh Zippo. That's my lighter of choice today. We're going to be reading the Call of Cthulhu tomorrow. And if we have any extra time after reading the Call of Cthulhu, we will read some more H.P. Lovecraft. And today is day 46 of the Emotional Support Potato Pig Dogs. I don't know if we'll get to day 47. It's entirely up to you. Whether we made it last year. We got to the Emotional Support Potato Pig Dogs last Halloween because I checked. But if we get to Emotional Support Potato Pig Dogs today, it'll be an added bonus. And we've already started down that path because Jack has become a new member. Jack is the newest member of the Clean and Sober crew. Welcome to the Clean and Sober crew, Jack. And Allan has dropped $5. Have my tea and I'm cozy. Shipwrecks are great, but this might be my favorite Vices show. I still replay last year's Randolph Carter. I'm so excited. Uh-oh. I hope you're not bored of it because that is probably going to be the finale for today's show, the Statement of Randolph Carter. Actually, a lot of these are some of the same ones we read last year because, quite frankly, they're my favorite stories. I love these stories. Micah says, I'm liking this song. What song is it? It's a song I wrote earlier today. The lyrics I just fed into AI, and they produced the music and the vocals. But I call it, what did I call it? I called the song, can't remember what I called the song. What did I call the song? It'll be loaded up later on my video section. I believe I called it Poecraft. That's what I called it. I called it Poecraft. So anyway, we are already 10% of the way to unleashing the Emotional Support Potato Pig Dogs due to Jack and Allan. So let's see if we get there. And what we'll do today, rather than interrupt the story to read super chats, I will read them at the whatever comes in during one story, I will read it at the end of that story. And chat, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to pay a lot of attention to you because it's a reading heavy stream. Trial TV Live, how are you doing? Welcome. And by the way, if you make it to the end of the horror readings today, we will be redirecting you to Trial TV. Trial TV Live is doing the Chandler Halderson story, that Chandler Halderson case, which is a real life horror story, chopping up parents, shooting them in the back, lying to the cops, trying to toast their bodies in the living room fireplace, putting it like an industrial fan in there to try to heat it up like a bellows would, trying to make it a crematorium in the house. The fire was so bright in June that people's Ring cameras down the block were capturing the fire, the flames, the light from the fire coming from Chandler Halderson's fireplace. And he realized that he couldn't do it, so he scattered the body parts around the neighborhood and left them for the police to find. It's a real life horror story, and we'll be going there for, I believe it's day 5 and 6. once we're done there. Make sure you get on over to Trial TV at the end, or just open up a separate window now and subscribe. Criminally undersubscribed channel needs to be boosted. We use some of his videos for the Sarah Boone trial with the enhanced audio and whatnot. Fantastic channel. All right. Oh, wow. Starry Eyes just gifted 10 Spooky Legal Vices memberships. Make sure you give Starry Eyes a special thanks if you got one of those. And the question was Stephen King stories. I hadn't really thought about it because this is sort of like the old traditional Halloween-y things, but last year, to fill in the gaps, we did read some other stuff. So maybe perhaps if we have some time after reading The Call of Cthulhu tomorrow, we can fill in the gaps with some other things. As long as they're short enough to read. And now Stephen King has some really good short stories. One of my favorites came from his short stories that I think was in Night Shift about the may not have been Night Shift. It may have been one of the later compilations, but about the doctor that was stranded on a deserted island, which is basically a pile of rocks, and there was just him and some drugs, and it went into a really weird direction. So that's a good idea. We can branch out if we finish the Call of Cthulhu tomorrow and we have some additional time. All right. Well. Oh, Silent PS says The Mist was the one that got me. The Mist was in the first compilation, the Night Shift. I believe it was called Night Shift, right? But yeah, the first time I read The Mist, I was working in the back room as a stalker at a grocery store, and that story made me not want to go into the back room anymore. But we need to do one thing here. With the 10 Legal Vices memberships that was gifted by Starry Eyes, you get a foghorn for that, a spooky Halloween foghorn. And the Fog, the original Fog was a great scary movie. The remake sucked. But all right, let's get into the story reading, shall we? We've got to do a couple of things here. First, though, like I said, we've got our like and subscribe poll. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. And I guess that's it. Like I said, we'll read super chats that come in at the end of whatever story I currently am working on. But it looks like we're going to get to day 46 of the emotional support Potato Pig Dogs because we're only $40 away. We're $35 away because Jim Schuler says, long is the night trapped in the suitcase, tight and suffocating in that enclosed space, but tighter still is Lost Corcosa. Nice. I like that. And we're actually only 30 away because Trial TV just became a new member. Thank you very much, brother. Appreciate that. That is awesome. Thank you very much for joining the clean and sober crew. And today, whilst reading, but probably between stories, we'll spend a minute with my Raven pipe. This is my Raven pipe. Get that tobacco in there. This is one of my favorite pipes. This is by the same guy that carved the big green Cthulhu pipe I was showing the other day, Downey Pipes. This is my Raven pipe. This was not as expensive as the other one, but it is also a custom pipe that I helped design. So that's what we'll be looking at today. Edgar Allan Poe, The Raven, is where we're going to start this evening. So I thought it would be appropriate to use the Raven pipe. Right. Well, there's not much left to do before we start the Halloween 2024 Day 1 readings. I've got this rogue eyelash that is like tickling my eye. Okay. I think I've got the eyelash sorted out. Let's see. Are we ready? I'm ready. Let's do this, shall we? We need to do, like I said, we need to do a couple things. First thing we need to do is I think we need to set the mood. Oh, wait a minute. First of all, again, a few days ago, 2 days ago to be exact, I was sent $5 through Venmo. And the person who sent it was Lindsay. Lindsay sent $5 through Venmo 2 days ago. And I just got the notification, like the notification alarm about 10 minutes ago. So if any of you send anything through Cash App, Venmo, or Zelle, do whatever it takes to get my attention in chat, particularly between stories, to let me know you sent something there so that I can check it and I don't have to wait for the announcements to come in. So Lindsay, as I sent you the text message, I apologize for not getting that 2 days ago, but for some reason it seems to take a while for the pay apps to send their signals to the satellite and to find me here in Korea. All right, that's out of the way. Again, I apologize. So we are now 30 away from the emotional support potato pig dog cam. Cool. All right. Now, let's see. I think we need to set the mood lighting. How about that? Let's set the mood lighting. Ooh, spooky mood lighting. All right. This will be our spooky mood lighting for the day. How does that sound? Hey, I'll do anything for thrills. And let's see. For later, we'll need a background. For if we get the emotional support potato pig dogs, that will be our background, and that will be the emotional support potato pig dogs down there. But for now, it's just little old me. All right, let's begin, and we'll see where we sit with the emotional support potato pig dogs at the end. The second thing we have to do is give a little bit of a light. Where did I put my Cthulhu lighter? It is now exceptionally dark in this room. There it is. The pipe of the raven. Good. That will be all nice and pre-lit for when we come back from the break. Let's go. Let's do this is me, as you can see down here today. I am Legal Vices HP Love Racks. Right. And like I said, what I will do is I will read the super chats and things that come in. Aussie Wombat, though, you just came in just under the wire with your 5 Legal Vices gifted memberships. Thank you so much for that. And if you are one of those 5 that just got a Legal Vices membership, make sure you give Aussie Wombat a super special thanks. Okay, we are going to read the stories now. We're $5 away from unleashing the hounds. The hellhounds. They're hellhounds today. We'll check that out after we finish the first story, which is a poem that I had to memorize in 8th grade. And I still remember the vast majority of the poem by memory because I have loved it so much my entire life. It's The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore. While I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. You know what? I have a spooky dog who has somehow got a hold of a plastic bottle. Are you being spooky with the plastic bottle back there, Yoda? Well, shit. Hello, welcome back. We're going to try that again. Sorry. Here we go. We're going to start again. Please ignore the first however many minutes of this entire stream. The first 20 minutes. God, it took me a long time to get through this shit. Here we go. The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore. While I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door, "only this and nothing more." Ah, distinctly I remember it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow from my book surcease of sorrow, sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before. So that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more." Presently my soul grew stronger, Hesitating then no longer, "Sir," I said, "or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore. But the fact is, I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you." Here I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token. And the only word there spoken was the whispered word, "Lenore?" This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, "Lenore." Merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning. Soon again I heard a tapping, somewhat louder than before. "Surely," said I, "surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see then where thereat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind, and nothing more." Open here. I flung the shutter, when with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, nor a minute stopped or stayed he, but with mane of lord or lady perched upon my chamber door, perched upon a bust of Pallas, just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. "Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou," I said, "art sure no craven, ghastly grim and ancient raven wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me why thy lordly name is on the night's plutonium shore." Quoth the raven, "Nevermore." Much I marveled, this ungainly fowl, to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculptured bust above his chamber door, with such a name as Nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on the placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing farther than he uttered, not a feather than he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, "Other friends have flown before. On the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before." Then the bird said, "Nevermore." Startled at the stillness broken by reply so aptly spoken, "Doubtless," said I, "when it utters, is its only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master who unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore of nevermore." But the raven, still beguiling all my fancy into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then, upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking "Nevermore." This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing to the fowl whose fiery eye is now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er. But whose velvet violet lining, with the lamp light gloating o'er, she shall press nevermore? Then methought the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer, swung by seraphim whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. "Wretch," I cried, "thy God hath lent thee, by these angels he hath sent thee respite and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff this kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore." Quoth the raven, "Nevermore." "Prophet," said I, "thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, whether tempter sent or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore, desolate yet all undaunted on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore." Quoth the raven, "Nevermore." Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, by the heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore, tell this soul with sorrow laden, if within distant Aiden it shall clasp a sainted maiden whom the angels name Lenore. Clasp a rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word our sign of parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked upstarting. Get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him streaming throws his shadow on the floor. And my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore. That was The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe, the first of our Halloween 2024 readings. Well, that, as I said, that's one of my favorite poems. It's one of my favorite stories of all time. Even before, that's why, like, everybody else in 8th grade was memorizing these short little poems. I think it has 99 stanzas, 100 stanzas long, not stanzas, lines long. I memorized it all because I thought it was so dang cool and I loved it. That's a great way to kick off the Halloween, I think. All right, let's see what happened whilst I was reading. Oh, John Morris, J.J. Morris, with the Australian 4567. What an oddly specific number. Great. Release the damn dogs. I don't want story time interrupted. It only happens once a year. Thank you very much. And Nick Starro, all the way from spooky Sweden. It's Red Hulk. Oh, Jeff got his strip club lights on. I wonder what the neighbors think. Thank you so much, Nick Starro, for that. All right, let's see. That does put us over the edge. Oh, there we go. We have one more super chat that just came in. Fun Dying. What's up, Fun Dying? Halloween whiskey suggestion. Home for the first time since January. Whatever you got on your shelf that you like to drink. Me, I am enjoying Kilchoman Makir Bay. That's a fantastic peated Isla Scotch. Cheers. Delicious. Now, we have got to that part of the show which we like to call the releasing of the emotional support potato pig dogs, and for which I give the command that it is now time for the 46th day in a row. The 46th day in a row of releasing the emotional support potato pig dogs. Therefore, I decree it is time to
Release the hounds.
And welcome our scary berry to the stage. Scary berry chewing on a human bone. Halloween. Sorry, that was stupid. All right. So now that we've got that there, we can add our background, our spooky background to the mix here. Let's see. What are we doing? This is what I wanted to do. There we go. That's what I was looking for. All right, everybody. We are getting ready to do the second of our stories. But before we do that, I unfortunately have to take a short trip down the hall. The spooky corridors of life. Wait just 1 minute. Chat amongst yourselves. It's spooky. Be right back. Oh, I think we need to change this, by the way. We need to change this to, we should change this to Edgar Allan Lorax. That's what we'll do. We'll change it to Edgar Allan Lorax. There we go. I shall return. There, I'm back. You had Spooky Berry to keep you company whilst I was gone. This is the problem. When we're doing trials and things, I can just sneak off and come back, and we can at least pretend that I was doing something other than what I was doing. No can do today. Shelby Fogg. Ooh, Fogg. We need a foghorn for the Fog. Shelby Fogg, member for 15 months. Thanks, Jeff, for the bedtime stories. You are incredibly, incredibly welcome. Let's take a puff on the Raven here. And talk a little bit about our next story. Our next story is one of my favorite H.P. Lovecraft stories. H.P. Lovecraft is sort of a divisive guy. There's actually a lot of his stories that I wanted to read, but he was such a horrific racist of the highest order. I mean, he literally hated everybody that wasn't him. And so it makes it hard to read some of his stories. So I had to pick and choose very carefully some of the H.P. Lovecraft stories. I mean, the name of his cat is famous, but he hated everybody. His descriptions of anyone that is not a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant from New England is really unflattering and quite horrific. The Raven. But I firmly believe we have to separate the person from their work. He is one of the masters of horror. In fact, there used to be an H.P. Lovecraft award until a few years ago when they decided he was just too racist. And so we cannot call it the H.P. Lovecraft Award anymore. And in fact, the award was accompanied by a bust of H.P. Lovecraft. I'm not sure what it is anymore, but I think it's called the Masters of Horror Award or something like that. But it is no longer the H.P. Lovecraft Award. Yes, one of those guys. Did you play the Call of Cthulhu game that came out not long ago? The video game, yeah, I play it quite a bit, actually. I quite like it. And also I have a board game. But yes, that's I am into all things Lovecraft, except for the racist part. I'm not into the racism part. But what we're going to do, the first H.P. Lovecraft story we're going to read is The Cats of Ulthar, which I read last year, and it became our very own Fluxes. She says it became her favorite story. So I thought we would read it again because it's such a good story. And Adara the Wholesome, before we get into the next story, says, thank you for all you do, Edgar Laurenrax. You being you has helped me a lot during this cruddy year. My mom just got diagnosed with breast cancer on her birthday. Ugh, happy birthday, geez. So that's par for the course this year. I am so sorry to hear that. And I hope it was caught in time and we have lots more time with mom. I sincerely do. You typed Cthulhu correctly, Mary Jane. That is absolutely correct. On a positive note, says Adara the Wholesome, Darth Boone. Right. There we go. Yes, Flux says it is my favorite. And we are now going to read Flux's favorite horror story, or favorite story, or just favorite H.P. Lovecraft. I'm not sure which favorite it is, but we're going to read it next. So take a nice long drag on whatever it is you're dragging on. Mine went out, so I guess we'll have to worry about that later. That's the problem with pipes. You have to puff them about every 30 seconds or they go out. Take a drink. And let's read the second of our Halloween stories. After we remove Flux from there. There we go. The Cats of Ulthar by H.P. Lovecraft. It is said in Ulthar, which lies beyond the river Sky, no man may kill a cat. And this I can verily believe as I gaze upon him who sitteth purring before the fire. For the cat is cryptic and close to strange things which men cannot see. He is the soul of antique Egyptus and bearer of tales from forgotten cities of Meroe and Ophir. He is the kin of the jungle lords and heir to the secrets of hoary and sinister Africa. The Sphinx is his cousin, and he speaks her language, but he is more ancient than the Sphinx, and remembers that which she has forgotten. In Ulthar, before ever the burgesses forbade the killing of cats, there dwelt an old cotter and his wife, who delighted to trap and slay the cats of their neighbors. Why they did this I know not, save that many hate the voice of the cat in the night, and take it ill that cats should run stealthily about the yard and gardens at twilight. But whatever the reason, this old man and woman took pleasure in trapping and slaying every cat which came near to their hovel. And from some of the sounds heard after dark, many villagers fancied that the manner of slaying was exceedingly peculiar. But the villagers did not discuss such things with the old man and his wife, because of the habitual expression of the withered faces of the two, and because their cottage was so small and so darkly hidden under spreading oaks at the back of a neglected yard. In truth, much as the owners of cats hated these odd folk, they feared them more, and instead of berating them as brutal assassins, merely took care that no cherished pet or mouser should stray towards the remote hovel under the dark trees. When through some unavoidable oversight a cat was missed, and sounds heard after dark, the loser would lament impotently, or console himself by thanking fate that it was not one of his children who had thus vanished. For the people of Ulthar were simple, and knew not whence it is that all cats first came. One day, a caravan of strange wanderers from the south entered the narrow, cobbled streets of Ulthar. Dark wanderers they were, and unlike the other roving folk who passed through the village twice every year, it was in the marketplace they told fortunes for silver. They bought gay beads from the merchants. What was the land of these wanderers none could tell, but it was seen that they were given to strange prayers, and that they had painted on the sides of their wagons strange figures with human bodies and the heads of cats, hawks, rams, and lions. And the leader of the caravan wore a headdress with 2 horns and a curious disc betwixt the horns. There was in this singular caravan a little boy with no father or mother, but only a tiny black kitten to cherish. The plague had not been kind to him, yet had left him this small furry thing to mitigate his sorrow. And when one is very young, one can find great relief in the lively antics of a black kitten. So the boy, with whom the dark people called Menes, smiled more often than he wept as he sat playing with the graceful kitten on the steps of an oddly painted wagon. On the 3rd morning of the wanderer's stay in Ulthar, Menes could not find his kitten. And as he sobbed aloud in the marketplace, certain villagers told him of the man and his wife, and of sounds heard in the night. And when he heard these things, his sobbing gave place to meditation, and finally to prayer. He stretched out his arms towards the sun and prayed in a tongue no villager could understand, though indeed the villagers did not try very hard to understand, since their attention was mostly taken up by the sky and the odd shapes the clouds were assuming. It was very peculiar. But as the little boy uttered his petition, there seemed to form overhead the shadowy, nebulous figures of exotic things, of hybrid creatures crowned with horn-flanked discs. Nature is full of such illusions to impress the imaginative. That night, the wanderers left Ulthar and were never seen again. And the householders were troubled when they noticed that in all the village there was not a cat to be found. From each hearth, the familiar cat had vanished, cats large and small, black, gray, striped, yellow, and white. Old Crennan, the burgomaster, swore that the dark folk had taken the cats away in revenge for the killing of Menes' kitten, and cursed the caravan and the little boy. But Nith, the lean notary, declared that the old cotter and his wife were more likely persons to suspect, for their hatred of cats was notorious and increasingly bold. Still, no one durst complain to the sinister couple, even when little Atal, the innkeeper's son, vowed that he had at twilight seen all the cats of Ulthar in that accursed yard under the trees, pacing very slowly and solemnly in a circle around the cottage, two abreast, as if in performance of some unheard of rite of beasts. The villagers did not know how much to believe from so small a boy, and though they feared that the evil pair had charmed the cats to their death, they preferred not to chide the older cotter till they met him outside his dark and repellent yard. So Ulthar went to sleep in vain anger. And when the people awakened at dawn, behold, every cat was back at his accustomed hearth, large and small, black, gray, striped, yellow, and white. None was missing. Very sleek and fat did the cats appear, and sonorous with purring content. The citizens talked with one another of the affair, and marveled not a little. Old Crannan again insisted that it was the dark folk who had taken them, since cats did not return alive from the cottage of the ancient man and his wife, but all agreed on one thing, that the refusal of all the cats to eat their portions of meat or drink their saucers of milk was exceedingly curious. And for 2 whole days, the sleek, lazy cats of Ulthar would touch no food, but only doze by the fire or in the sun. It was fully a week before the villagers noticed that no lights were appearing at dusk in the windows of the cottage under the trees. Then the lean Nith remarked that no one had seen the old man or his wife since the night the cats were away. In another week, the burgomaster decided to overcome his fears and call at the strangely silent dwelling as a matter of duty. Though in so doing, he was careful to take with him Shang the blacksmith and Thule the cutter of stone as witnesses. And when they had broken down the frail door, they found only this: 2 cleanly picked human skeletons on the earthen floor, and a number of singular beetles crawling in the shadowy corners. There was subsequently much talk among the burgesses of Ulthar. Zath the coroner disputed at length with Nith, the lean notary, and Crannan and Shang and Thule were overwhelmed with questions. Even little Atul, the innkeeper's son, was closely questioned and given a sweetmeat as a reward. They talked of the old cotter and his wife, and the caravan of dark wanderers, of small Menes and his black kitten, of the prayer of Menes and the sky during that prayer, of the doings of the cats in the night the caravan left, and of what was later found in the cottage, under the trees, in the repellent yard. And in the end, the burgesses passed that remarkable law, which is told of by traders in Hatheg and discussed by travelers in Nir, namely, in Ulthar, no man may kill a cat. That is The Cats of Ulthar by H.P. Lovecraft. Well, what do y'all think of that? Again, that's I love that story, and as Flux has said, that's one of her favorite stories. I think it's a great story, and the Cats of Ulthar, they make an appearance in 2 or 3 of Lovecraft's stories. One of them is I can't remember the official name. It was like The Dreams of Kadath or something like that. The cats are next. The Cats of Ulthar are next seen building a civilization and a society on the dark side of the moon. It's really cool, but I like that. Exactly, Just Don Soulless Ginger, FAFO. They FA'd and they FO'd. Woo for the cats, says Jim. Silent PS loves it. Cats rule. Of course, the one staring at me has nothing to do with that comment. Note to self, don't F with Flux's cats. Flux agrees. It's such a great story. It's the revenge of the cats. Let's see. What happened? We got a few super chats to read that came in whilst reading about the Cats of Ulthar. Fun Diane. We read that one already. The whiskey is Kilhoman still. I have to lubricate the vocal cords, and as long as we have your chat up, I really would like to have a nice, delicious taste of this pipe. There we go. Shelby Fogg, we got you again. Thanks, Jeff, for the bedtime stories, and thank you again for 15 months. Adara the Wholesome. We've read all these. Only one no super chats came in. We got nothing to read. All right, never mind. I thought we had many. Turns out we had none. No matter. With that out of the way. Again, I really love The Cats of Ulthar. It's a short story. It's one of his shortest stories. But it makes a very interesting point very, very quickly. Leaves a little mystery, but we all know what happened. And see, that's a lot of thing that H.P. Lovecraft does that a lot. It's a literary cop-out, but he does it so well. Like if he's trying to describe something horrible, he won't describe it in detail. He will say it was horrible beyond description, or no human could describe this and live, or it was so foul and evil that words fail to describe it. So he would actually describe things by not describing things. It's the cheapest of literary cop-outs, but he employed it so very, very well. What would be a good Halloween cocktail? You're pretty much good with like vodka and grape juice. It's kind of something red, or like a good vodka cranberry, something that looks like red and bloody, or like a dark wine or something like that. Like sangria makes a good cocktail. There are a lot of really complicated Halloween cocktails you can make, but you need like special ingredients that normal humans don't have around the house. I usually just go with something orange or something purple or red. Orange, vodka orange juice, or kind of a jungle juicy sort of thing we do at the Cigar Lounge. We're going to be doing it again this weekend. I usually make like orange juice and Malibu rum, the pineapple, the coconut flavored rum. With some pineapple juice in it. So orange juice, pineapple juice, some pineapple chunks, some rum, Malibu rum, some vodka. Just sort of make like a tropical jungle juice. It's nice and orangey and looks Halloweeny. Exactly, Jim Schuler. Lovecraft has the vocabulary to not describe things. And I compare it, we don't want to get too far afield, but I compare it to the difference between Stevie Ray Vaughan, the guitarist, and his brother Jimmy Vaughan. People really need to know Jimmy Vaughan. Jimmy Vaughan is the older brother of Stevie Ray. And Stevie Ray Vaughan is an amazing guitarist. There's only going to ever be one Stevie Ray Vaughan. One of the most fastest dynamic guitar players you will ever see. It's impossible to play everybody that plays Stevie Ray Vaughan plays like Pride and Joy, Mary Had a Little Lamb, because those are the only songs they can play because he's an incredibly fast guitarist. But his older brother Jimmy's songs are equally hard to play because he doesn't play certain notes. Certain notes that should be played aren't played, and you desperately want to play those notes, but he doesn't, and it makes it such an amazing song. But so yes, I agree that Lovecraft has the vocabulary to not describe things. All right, well, we're going to turn back to Edgar Allan Poe for our third story. Our third story is also about cats, or I guess I should say it's about a cat. Have Jeff play Darkest Dungeon if you like Lovecraft. Darkest Dungeon doesn't ring a bell. All right. Well, yes, Pluto. We are reading about Pluto the cat. Good for you, Mary Jane. Really not Sarah. You know your Poe. We are reading about Pluto the cat. And look up Witch's Brew, easy cocktail. Okay, well, let's get on with the next story, shall we? It's called The Black Cat. Where's our dogs? Here's our emotional support potato ghost dogs. We can watch Yoda eat his foot, and Scary Berry has a nice little butt there. All right. Read The Cats of Ulthar again. Flux, we're going to read another story about a cat that you might like as well. This is also a cat story. Black Cat Cocktail. There you go. You all entertain yourself with cocktail stories, and I will entertain you with another story from Edgar Allan Poe. No. Okay, before we go, no. I didn't. It isn't. Absinthe is not. I didn't say real absinthe isn't anise flavored. I said it's not anise infused. The vast majority of absinthe out there on the market is simply vodka that's been infused with anise and anise flavoring. Real absinthe is distilled with the anise and the wormwood in it, the grand wormwood, the Artemisius absinthium. That's the grand wormwood. So it's distilled together. It's heated, and the alcohol vapors come off with the anise and the wormwood in it, rather than just create vodka and then put some anise flavoring in it. So that's the difference. Oh yes, it definitely still has the taste, absolutely. But it doesn't get cloudy. The fake absinthe doesn't get cloudy. It doesn't loach. It doesn't. If you put like cold water or ice in it, it doesn't get cloudy because it's not really distilled with the important stuff, which is the wormwood. All right, so here we go. Enough booze stories. Let me take another one. Get the vocal cords ready for the next story. Right. The third story, The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. Are we ready? All right, let's do this. The next story was published in 1845. The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. For the most wild yet homely narrative which I'm about to pen, I neither expect nor solicit belief. Mad indeed would I be to expect it, in a case where my very senses reject their own evidence. Yet mad I am not, and very surely I do not dream. But tomorrow I die. And today I would unburthen my soul. My immediate purpose is to place before the world plainly, succinctly, and without comment a series of mere household events. In their consequences, these events have terrified, have tortured, have destroyed me. Yet I will not attempt to expound them. To me, they have presented little but horror. To many, they will seem less terrible than Baroque's. Well, hereafter, perhaps, some intellect may be found which will reduce my phantasm to the commonplace. Some intellect more calm, more logical, and far less excitable than my own, which will perceive, in the circumstances I detail with awe, nothing more than an ordinary succession of very natural causes and effects. From my infancy, I was noted for the docility and humanity of my disposition. My tenderness of heart was even so conspicuous as to make me the jest of my companions. I was especially fond of animals and was indulged by my parents with a great variety of pets. With these I spent most of my time and never was so happy as when feeding and caressing them. This peculiarity of character grew with my growth, and in my manhood I derived from it one of my principal sources of pleasure. To those who have cherished an affection for a faithful and sagacious dog, I need hardly be at the trouble of explaining the nature or the intensity of the gratification thus derivable. There's something in the unselfish and self-sacrificing love of a brute which goes directly to the heart of him who has had frequent occasion to test the paltry friendship and gossamer fidelity of mere man. I married early and was happy to find my wife a disposition not uncongenial to my own. Observing my partiality for domestic pets, she lost no opportunity of procuring those of the most agreeable kind. We had birds, goldfish, a fine dog, rabbits, a small monkey, and a cat. The latter was a remarkably large and beautiful animal, entirely black and sagacious to an astonishing degree. In speaking of his intelligence, my wife, who at heart was not a little tinctured with superstition, made frequent allusion to the ancient popular notion that regarded all black cats as witches in disguise. Not that she was ever serious upon this point, and I mentioned the latter at all for no better reason than it just happens now to be remembered. Pluto, this was the cat's name, was my favorite pet and playmate. I alone fed him, and he attended me wherever I went about the house. It was even with difficulty that I could prevent him from following me through the streets. Our friendship lasted in this matter for several years, during which my general temperament of character, through the instrumentality of the fiend intemperance, had, I blush to confess, experienced a radical alteration for the worse. I grew day by day more moody, more irritable, more regardless of the feelings of others. I suffered myself to use intemperate language to my wife. At length, I even offered her personal violence. My pets, of course, were made to feel the change in my disposition. I not only neglected, but ill-used them. For Pluto, however, I still remained sufficient regard to restrain me from maltreating him, as I made no scruple of maltreating the rabbits, the monkey, or even the dog, when by accident or through affection they came in my way. But my disease grew upon me, for what disease is like alcohol? And at length, even Pluto, who was now becoming old and consequently somewhat peevish, even Pluto began to experience the effects of my ill temper. One night, returning home, much intoxicated from one of my haunts about town, I fancied that the cat avoided my presence. I seized him when, in his fight at my violence, he inflicted a slight wound upon my hand with his teeth. The fury of a demon instantly possessed me. I knew myself no longer. My original soul seemed at once to take its flight from my body, and a more than fiendish malevolence, gin-nurtured, thrilled every fiber of my frame. I took from my waistcoat a pocket knife. I opened it, I grasped the poor beast by the throat, and I deliberately cut one of its eyes from the socket. I blush, I burn, I shudder while I pen the damnable atrocity. Well, when reason returned with the morning, when I had slept off the fumes of the night's debauch, I experienced a sentiment, half of horror, half of remorse for the crime of which I had been guilty. But it was at best a feeble and equivocal feeling, and the soul remained untouched. I again plunged into excess and soon drowned in wine all memory of the deed. And in the meantime, the cat slowly recovered. The socket of the lost eye presented, it's true, a frightful appearance, but he no longer appeared to suffer any pain. He went about his usual housework, but as might be expected, he fled in extreme terror at my approach. I had so much of my old heart left as to be at first grieved by this evident dislike on the part of a creature which had once so loved me. But this feeling soon gave place to irritation. And then came, as if to my final and irrevocable overthrow, the spirit of perverseness. Of this spirit, philosophy takes no account. Yet I'm not more sure that my soul lives than I am that perverseness is one of the primitive impulses of the human heart, one of the individual primary faculties or sentiments which give direction to the character of man, who has not 100 times found himself committing a vile or silly action for no other reason than because he knows he should not. We have a perpetual inclination in the teeth of our best judgment to violate that which is law merely because we understand it to be such. This spirit of perverseness, I say, came to my final overthrow. It was this unfathomable longing of the soul to vex itself, to offer violence to its own nature, to do wrong for this wrong's sake only. That urged me to continue and finally to consummate the injury I had inflicted upon the unoffending brute. One morning, In cool blood, I slipped a noose about its neck, and I hung it to the limb of a tree. Hung it with the tears streaming from my eyes, with the bitterest remorse at my heart. I hung it because I knew that it loved me, and because I felt it had given me no reason of offense. I hung it because I knew that in doing so, I was committing a sin, a deadly sin that would so jeopardize my immortal soul as to place it, if such a thing were possible, even beyond the reach of the infinite mercy of the most merciful and most terrible God. On the night of the day on which this cruel deed was done, I was aroused from sleep by the cry of fire. The curtains of my bed were in flames. The whole house was blazing. It was with great difficulty that my wife, a servant, and myself made our escape from the conflagration. The destruction was complete. My entire worldly wealth was swallowed up, and I resigned myself thenceforward to despair. Now, I am above the weakness of seeking to establish a sequence of cause and effect between the disaster and the atrocity. But I'm detailing a chain of facts and wish not to leave even a possible link imperfect. Now, on the day succeeding the fire, I visited the ruins. The wall, with one exception, had fallen in. This exception was found in a compartment wall, not very thick, which stood about the middle of the house, and against which had rested the head of my bed. The plastering here had in great measure resisted the action of the fire, a fact which I attributed to its having been recently spread. About this wall, a dense crowd was collected, and many persons seemed to be examining a particular portion of it with very minute and eager attention. The words strange, singular, and other similar expressions excited my curiosity. I approached and saw, as if graven in bas-relief upon the white surface, the figure of a gigantic cat. The impression was given with an accuracy truly marvelous. There was a rope about the animal's neck. When I first beheld this apparition, for I could scarcely regard it as less, my wonder and my terror were extreme. But at length reflection came to my aid. The cat, I remembered, had been hung in a garden adjacent to the house. Upon the alarm of fire, this garden must have been immediately filled by the crowd, by some of whom the animal must have been cut from the tree and thrown through an open window into my chamber. This had probably been done with the view of arousing me from sleep. The falling of the other walls had compressed the victim of my cruelty into the substance of the freshly spread plaster, the lime of which, with the flames and the ammonia from the carcass, had then accomplished the portraiture as I saw it. Although I thus readily accounted to my reason, if not altogether to my conscience, for the startling fact just detailed, it did not the less fail to make a deep impression upon my fancy. For months, I could not rid myself of the phantasm of the cat, and during this period there came back into my spirit a half sentiment that seemed, but was not, remorse. I went so far as to regret the loss of the animal and to look about me among the vile haunts which I now habitually frequented for another pet of the same species and of somewhat similar appearance with which to supply its place. Now, one night, as I sat half stupefied in a den of more than infamy, my attention was suddenly drawn to some black object reposing on the head of one of the immense hogsheads of gin or of rum which constituted the chief furniture of the apartment. I had been looking steadily at the top of this hogshead for some minutes, and what caused me surprise was the fact that I had not sooner perceived the object thereupon. I approached it and touched it with my hand. It was a black cat, a very large one, fully as large as Pluto, and closely resembling him in every aspect but one. Pluto had not a white hair upon any portion of his body, but this cat had a large, although indefinite splotch of white covering nearly the whole region of the breast. Well, upon my touching him, he immediately arose, purred loudly, rubbed against my hand, and appeared delighted with my notice. This, then, was the very creature of which I was in search. I at once offered to purchase it off the landlord. But this person made no claim to it, knew nothing of it, and had never seen it before. I continued my caresses, and when I prepared to go home, the animal evinced a disposition to accompany me. I permitted it to do so, occasionally stooping and patting it as I proceeded. When it reached the house, it domesticated itself at once and became immediately a great favorite with my wife.
Hey, phrasing!
Well, there was an odd button, wasn't it? The pipe fell over. Let's try that again, shall we? It immediately became a great favorite with my wife. For my own part, I soon found a dislike to it arising within me. This was just the reverse of what I had anticipated. But I know not how or why it was. Its evident fondness for myself rather disgusted and annoyed. By slow degrees, these feelings of disgust and annoyance rose into the bitterness of hatred. I avoided the creature. A certain cruelty prevented me from physically abusing it. I did not for some weeks strike or otherwise violently ill-use it, but gradually, very gradually, I came to look upon it with unutterable loathing, and to flee silently from its odious presence, as from the breath of a pestilence. What added, no doubt, to my hatred of the beast was the discovery, on the morning after I brought it home, that, like Pluto, it had also been deprived of one of its eyes. This circumstance, however, only endeared it to my wife, who, as I have already said, possessed in high degree the humanity of feeling which had once been my distinguishing trait, and the source of many of my simplest and purest pleasures. With my aversion to this cat, however, its particularly and partiality for myself seemed to increase. It followed my footsteps with a pertinacity which it would be difficult to make the reader comprehend. Whenever I sat, it would crouch beneath my chair or spring upon my knees, covering me with its loathsome caresses. If I rose to walk, it would get between my feet and thus nearly throw me down, or fastening its long and sharp claws on my dress, clamber in this manner to my breast. At such times, although I longed to destroy it with a blow, I was yet withheld from doing so, partially by a memory of my former crime, but chiefly, let me confess it at once, by absolute dread of the beast. This dread was not exactly a dread of physical evil, and yet I should be at a loss how otherwise to define it. I'm almost ashamed to own, yes, even in this felon's cell, I am almost ashamed to own that the terror and horror with which the animal inspired me had been heightened by one of the merest chimeras it would be possible to conceive. My wife had called my attention more than once to the character of the mark of white hair of which I have spoken, and which constituted the sole visible difference between the strange beast and the one I had destroyed. The reader will remember that this mark, although large, had been originally very indefinite, but by slow degrees nearly imperceptible, and which for a long time my reason struggled to reject as fanciful, it had at length assumed a rigorous distinctness of outline. It was now the representation of an object that I shudder to name. And for this, above all, I loathed and dreaded and would have rid myself of this monster had I dared. It was now, I say, the image of a hideous, of a ghastly thing, of the gallows. Oh, mournful, terrible engine of horror and of crime, of agony and of death. And now I was indeed wretched beyond the wretchedness of mere humanity, and a brute beast whose fellow I had contemptuously destroyed, a brute beast to work out for me a man fashioned in the image of the high God, so much of insufferable woe. Alas, neither by day nor by night knew I the blessing of rest any more. During the former, the creature left me no moment alone, and in the latter, I started hourly from dreams of unutterable fear to find the hot breath of the thing upon my face, and its vast weight, an incarnate nightmare that I had no power to shake off, incumbent eternally upon my heart. Beneath the pressure of torments such as these, the feeble remnant of the good within me succumbed. Evil thoughts became my sole intimacies, the darkest and most evil of thoughts. The moodiness of my usual temper increased to hatred of all things and all mankind, while from the sudden, frequent, and ungovernable outbursts of fury to which I now blindly abandoned myself, my uncomplaining wife, alas, was the most usual and the most patient of sufferers. One day, she accompanied me upon some household errands into the cellar of the old building which our poverty compelled us to inhabit. The cat followed me down the steep stairs, and nearly throwing me headlong, exasperated me to madness. Uplifting an axe and forgetting in my wrath the childish dread which had hitherto stayed my hand, I aimed a blow at that animal, which, of course, would have proved instantly fatal had it descended as I wished. But this blow was arrested by the hand of my wife. Goaded by the interference into a rage more than demoniacal, I withdrew my arm from her grasp and I buried the axe in her brain. She fell dead upon the spot without a groan. The hideous murder accomplished, I set myself forthwith, and with entire deliberation, to the task of concealing her body. I knew that I could not remove it from the house, either by day or by night, without the risk of being observed by the neighbors. Many projects entered my mind, and at one period I thought of cutting the corpse into minute fragments and destroying them by fire. At another, I resolved to dig a grave for it in the floor of the cellar. Again, I deliberated about casting it in the well in the yard, about packing it in a box as if merchandise with the usual arrangements, and so getting a porter to take it from the house. Finally, I hit upon what I considered a far better expedient than either of these. I determined to wall it up in the cellar, as the monks of the Middle Ages are recorded to have walled up their victims. For a purpose such as this cellar was well adapted. Its walls were loosely constructed and had lately been plastered throughout with a rough plaster, which the dampness of the atmosphere had prevented from hardening. Moreover, in one of the walls was a projection caused by a false chimney or fireplace that had been filled up and made to resemble the rest of the cellar. I made no doubt that I could readily displace the bricks at this point, insert the corpse, and wall the whole up as before so that no eye could detect anything suspicious. And in this calculation I was not deceived. By means of a crowbar, I easily dislodged the bricks, and having carefully deposited the body against the inner wall, I propped it in that position, while with little trouble, I relaid the whole structure as it originally stood. Having procured mortar, sand, and hair with every possible precaution, I prepared a plaster which could not be distinguished from the old. And with this, I was very careful. I very carefully went over the new brickwork. When I had finished, I felt satisfied that all was right. The wall did not present the slightest appearance of having been disturbed. The rubbish on the floor was picked up with the minutest care. I looked around triumphantly and said to myself, "Here at last, then, my labor has not been in vain." My next step was to look for the beast which had been the cause of so much wretchedness, for I had at length firmly resolved to put it to death. Had I been able to meet with it at that moment, there could have been no doubt of its fate. But it appeared that the crafty animal had been alarmed at the violence of my previous anger, and forebode to present itself in my present mood. It is impossible to describe or to imagine the deep and blissful sense of relief which the absence of the detested creature occasioned in my bosom. It did not make its appearance during the night, and thus, for one night at least, since its introduction into the house, I soundly and tranquilly slept. I slept even with the burden of murder upon my soul. The second and the third day passed, and still my tormentor came not. Once again, I breathed as a free man. The monster in terror had fled the premises forever. I should behold it no more. My happiness was supreme. The guilt of my dark deed disturbed me but little. Some few inquiries had been made, but these had been readily answered. Even a search had been instituted. But of course, nothing was to be discovered. I looked upon my future felicity as secured. Upon the fourth day of the assassination, a party of police came very unexpectedly into the house and proceeded again to make rigorous investigation of the premises. Secure, however, in the inscrutability of my place of concealment, I felt no embarrassment whatsoever. The officers bade me accompany them in their search. They left no nook or corner unexplored. And at length, for the third or fourth time, they descended into the cellar. I quivered not in a muscle. My heart beat calmly, as that of one who slumbers in innocence. I walked the cellar from end to end. I folded my arms upon my bosom and roamed easily to and fro. The police were thoroughly satisfied and prepared to depart. The glee at my heart was too strong to be restrained. I burned to say but one word by way of triumph and to render doubly sure their assurance of my guiltlessness. "Gentlemen," I said at last, as the party ascended the steps, "I delight to have allayed your suspicions. I wish you all health and a little more courtesy. By the by, gentlemen, this is a very well-constructed house." In the rabid desire to say something easily, I scarcely knew what I had uttered at all. I must say an excellently well-constructed house. These walls, are you going, gentlemen? These walls are solidly put together, and here, through the mere frenzy of bravado, I rapped heavily with a cane which I held in my hand upon the very portion of the brickwork behind which stood the corpse of my wife, of my bosom. But may God shield me and deliver me from the fangs of the arch-fiend. No sooner had the reverberation of my blows sunk into silence than I was answered by a voice from within the tomb, by a cry, at first muffled and broken like the sobbing of a child, and then quickly swelling into one long, loud, and continuous scream, utterly anomalous and inhuman, a howl, a wailing shriek, half of horror, half of triumph, such as might have arisen only out of hell, conjointly from the throats of the damned in their agony and of the demons that exult in the damnation. Of my own thoughts, it is folly to speak. Swooning, I staggered to the opposite wall. For one instant, the party upon the stairs remained motionless. Through extremity of terror and awe, the corpse, already greatly decayed and clotted with gore, stood erect before the eyes of the spectators. Dozens of stout arms were toiling at the wall. It fell bodily. For one instant, upon its head, with red, extended mouth and solitary eye of fire, sat the hideous beast whose craft had seduced me into murder, and whose informing voice had consigned me to the hangman. I had walled the monster up within the tomb. That was The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. Well, folks, what did we think of that? That's another cat story for you. We finished the Cats of Ulthar, and we went straight into the Black Cat. I saw some of you mentioning the Cask of Amontillado. That was one we read last year. That's a great story too. Walling people up. Edgar Allan Poe actually wrote a lot of these buried alive and walled up alive stories because he had this irrational fear of being buried alive. In fact, Edgar Allan's tomb, when he was buried with a chain attached to a bell. That was his instruction. So in case he was buried alive and he woke up, he could ring the bell. So yeah, he wrote a lot of these stories that dealt with this fear of his of being buried alive. Right. So we've had a couple of cat stories today. We're just That wasn't as fun, Lamau. Says Flux. That wasn't as fun. Hey, we've got a meme copium right here for our haunted stories. Right. Well, we did have one chat come in. It was a Hey Joe 99-cent sticker of a little black cat. Thank you very much, Hey Joe, for the little sticker of the little black cat. Jill M's, why is it I want to hear Jeff read a Dr. Seuss book? Lol. Dr. Seuss is also another person who rightfully should be horrifically canceled, but I still think we have to separate the art from the artist. All right, people. It's that time again. I have the dogs have intercoursed off somewhere. Oh, Strawberry, you're here. What's up, Strawberry? You're here. Let me give Strawberry a treat. Oh, now Yoda heard me talking to Strawberries. I will give them a treat. And then I have to take leave of you for yet again a few moments. Over here, dogs. There, go get that. Come here, Yoda. Yoda. No, over there, Yoda. I get it. All right, I will leave you with the dogs here momentarily. Let me put them back up on the screen, and we'll give you Straubs. I shall return in a quick second. Oh, Strawberry, you need to learn to stay in the camera range. There we go. All right. Hi, welcome back, people. All right, so I forgot about Dr. Seuss. Without going into details, he and Lovecraft would have been best buds. Probably. You're probably correct. All right. So that was, we've read, what have we got? The Raven. Then we went from birds to cats, the cats of Ulthar and the black cat. I hope you're all being entertained. Let's check. Let's check how entertained you've been. Let's check our like and subscribe poll. We've got 232 people here for our day 1 Halloween special. Are you enjoying this? Oh, well, good. So far, 74% of you have said yes. Only 2% of you said no. I apologize to the 2% of you that are not enjoying this. We'll get into a really horrific, terrible, bad, wicked, mean, and nasty court case later. Straubs, I can't do anything. There you go. I can't do anything if you're not in the camera. Dance, monkey, dance. There you go. Hey, good boy. It's a good girl. All right. I apologize to the 2% of you that are not enjoying this. We will be doing more law-related stuff. Either Friday or Monday. I haven't decided what to do Friday exactly yet. But so 74% of you said, yes, you're enjoying this. 2% so far have said, no, you're not enjoying this. Killjoys. And 24% of you say, just following orders. Hitting the like and subscribe button. But again, we've got 328 votes and only 289 likes. Some of you are cheating. Oh, we have a lot of goths here, apparently. Poe died of rabies. Did he? Did he really? Huh. Can't remember how Poe died, but I guess it must have been rabies if that's what you say. Always believe chat. I'm going through here to see what we got here. Yoda. Oh, doggos are gone. Yeah, the doggos disappeared, but they're back now. I like Jeff's Muppet voice. Jeff's Muppet voice to the dog. Yeah. I'm enjoying it, but I had to vote no because it seemed appropriate. Well, Tanny, thank you for bucking the system. Fight the power. Extra red. It's Halloween. It deserves to be extra red. Hey, Yoda's coming back into the room. Cool. I checked just following orders because I found it amusing. Mariko, that's the point. These polls actually most of the time mean nothing whatsoever. He said rabbis, not rabies. Oh no. Thought it was liver failure. I thought it was something fairly benign. I thought he just like withered away. What was Poe's cause of death? Theories. Oh, we don't know. There's theories about what caused Edgar Allan Poe's death, including suicide, murder, cholera, hypoglycemia, rabies, syphilis, influenza, brain tumor, and that he was the victim of cooping. What the hell is cooping? What the hell is cooping? He nearly died from an overdose of laudanum. That's pretty cool. Alcoholism, congestion of the brain / alcoholism. So literally, what the hell is cooping? I want to know what the frick cooping is. Cooping. Did they put him in a chicken coop? What is cooping? Meme coopium? Coop and seethe? Cooping was a form of electoral fraud. I don't think he died of electoral fraud. The United States may die of electoral fraud in about 5 days, but what is cooping? The hell? Edgar Allan Poe's greatest mystery was his death. What the hell? Apparently that's what it was. I mean, that's what... How this is our mystery here. One poeologist insists he was the victim of cooping, a form of voter fraud, then practiced by political parties in the 19th century. In short, cooping victims were basically kidnapped, beaten, disguised, and then forced to vote for the gang's candidate multiple times under different names. As a reward for each vote cast, victims were treated to a schooner of beer or a shot of rotgut whiskey. Okay, that's interesting. Huh. Poe was found near a polling place in another man's clothing and clearly under the influence. Oh, that's interesting. He was voter frauded to death, according to one theorist. The dogs are having none of the red light. Next time they come back in, we'll bring them back into the picture. Huh. Yeah, I read that definition, but I was like, how in the world could someone die from cooping? But I guess if you're going to beat them and liquor them up, that might be a problem. All right. Okay, well, let's get on to our next story, shall we? We have read the one and only super sticker that came in. Let's see if... Wait, why is that? Why is the camera shaking? Is it haunted? I have a haunted camera. All right. If any super chats come in or super stickers or whatnot come in, I will in fact read them. But just because I'm an eternal optimist, I will be diligent and check my Venmo and Cash App right now. Oh, surprise. Nothing on Venmo. And also, not surprising, I bet there's nothing on Venmo either. Venmo, Cash App, nothing. Yeah, okay, right. Van Gogh, Poe, Tesla, it sucks these guys died horribly. Yeah, it sucks that anybody dies horribly. Yes, Poe did live a very, very weird life. Careful, you might give the Democrats ideas for next week. Oh, well, both sides. Jeff knows all about rotgut whiskey. My younger days. All right, everybody. We are going to go back now to H.P. Lovecraft for our next story. We've got more stories than we have time. We're supposed to shut this down in 30 minutes, but if you want me to keep going longer, we'll go longer. But, I'm in the Megan Fox camp. It's going to be minimum wage. All right, dog, come on. Are you going to come out here or not? Whatever. All right. This next story by H.P. Lovecraft is one that I like because it personally kind of terrifies me. I'm not afraid of the dark. I don't have claustrophobia, but I have one weird, I don't know if I would call it a fear. I don't know what I would call it, but just extreme angst if I'm in a super, super dark place. Like either that kind of darkness where there is zero external light and you literally can't see your hand in front of your face. I don't like that. I don't like that complete and utter darkness, especially in caves. Yeah, it's not really a phobia. It's just extreme angst, I guess. And it goes back to a time when I was, I believe, when I was in Boy Scouts, and we were like, not like, it wasn't, what's between Weeblos? It's like between Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts, like when I was a Weeblo. And we were cave exploring, and they thought it'd be really funny to turn off the lights in the cave. And I didn't like it at all. So I just have this weird thing when it's so dark that you can't see anything. You don't know where the walls are. You don't know where anything is, and you literally can't see anything. That is sort of what this next story is about. In fact, it's exactly what the next story is about. That makes me think I've been 3 miles underground in a mine with all the power out. Well, Spatha, you are about to enjoy our next story then. Because we got one more super jet. Island with a $5. Keep going, pretty please. This is the best. I got a fresh cup of tea and everything. Well, we'll keep going for a while, but just depending on reception and whatnot, we'll decide. We'll decide in 30 minutes or so from now whether to continue or not. This story, the fourth story of day 1 of our Halloween festival, "The Beast in the Cave" by H.P. Lovecraft. The horrible conclusion, which had been gradually obtruding itself upon my confused and reluctant mind, was now an awful certainty. I was lost, completely, hopelessly lost in the vast and labyrinthine recesses of the Mammoth Cave. Turn as I might, in no direction could my straining vision seize on any object capable of serving as a guidepost to set me on the outward path. That never more should I behold the blessed light of day, or scan the pleasant hills and dales of the beautiful world outside. My reason could no longer entertain the slightest unbelief. Hope had departed. Yet, indoctrinated as I was by a life of philosophical study, I derived no small measure of satisfaction from my unimpassioned demeanor. For although I had frequently read of the wild frenzies into which were thrown the victims of similar situations, I experienced none of these, but stood quiet as soon as I clearly realized the loss of my bearings. Nor did the thought that I had probably wandered beyond the utmost limits of an ordinary search cause me to abandon my composure, even for a moment. If I must die, I reflected, then was this terrible yet majestic cavern as welcome a sepulchre as that which any churchyard might afford, a conception which carried with it more tranquility than of despair. Starving would prove my ultimate fate. Of this I was certain. Some, I knew, had gone mad under circumstances such as these, but I felt that this end would not be mine. My disaster was the result of no fault save my own, since, unbeknown to the guide, I had separated myself from the regular party of sightseers, and wandering for over an hour in forbidden avenues of the cave, had found myself unable to retrace the devious windings which I had pursued, since forsaking my companions. Already my torch had begun to expire. Soon I would be enveloped by the total and almost palpable blackness of the bowels of the earth. As I stood in the waning, unsteady light, I idly wondered and wondered over the exact circumstances of my coming end. I remembered the accounts which I had heard of the colony of consumptives who, taking their residence in this gigantic grotto to find health, had from apparently salubrious air of the underground world with its steady, uniform temperature, pure air, and peaceful quiet, had found instead death in strange and ghastly form. I had seen the sad remains of their ill-made cottages as I passed them by with the party, and had wondered what unnatural influence of long sojourn in this immense and silent cavern would exert upon one as healthy and vigorous as I. Now, I grimly told myself, my opportunity for settling this point had arrived, provided that want of food should not bring me too severely and speedy a departure from this life. As the last fitful rays of my torch faded into obscurity, I resolved to leave no stone unturned, no possible means of escape neglected, so, summoning all the powers possessed by my lungs, I set up a series of loud shoutings, in the vain hope of attracting the attention of the guide by my clamor. Yet as I called, I believed in my heart that my cries were to no purpose, and that my voice, magnified and reflected by the numberless ramparts of the black maze about me, fell upon no ears save my own. All at once, however, my attention was fixed with a start, as I fancied that I heard a sound of soft approaching steps on the rocky floor of the cavern. Was my deliverance about to be accomplished so soon? Had then all my horrible apprehensions been for naught? And was the guide, having marked my unwarranted absence from the party, following my course and seeking me out in this limestone labyrinth? Whilst these joyful queries arose in my brain, I was on the point of renewing my cries in order that my discovery might come the sooner, when in an instant my delight was turned to horror as I listened, for my ever acute ear, now sharpened in even greater degree by the complete silence of the cave, bore to my benumbed understanding the unexpected and dreadful knowledge that these footfalls were not like those of any mortal man. In the unearthly stillness of this subterranean region, the tread of the booted guide would have sounded like a series of sharp and incisive blows. These impacts were soft and steady and stealthy, as of the padded paws of some feline. Besides, at times, when I listened carefully, I seemed to trace the fall of 4 instead of 2 feet. I was now convinced that I had by my cries aroused and attracted some wild beast, perhaps a mountain lion which had accidentally strayed within the cave. Perhaps, I considered, the Almighty had chosen me a swifter and more merciful death than that of hunger. Yet the instinct of self-preservation, never wholly dormant, was stirred in my breast, and though escape from the oncoming peril might but spare me for a sterner and more lingering end, I determined nevertheless to part with my life at as high a price as I could command. Strange as it may seem, my mind conceived of no intent on the part of the visitor, save that of hostility. Accordingly, I became very quiet, in the hope that the unknown beast would, in the absence of a guiding sound, lose its direction as I had, and thus pass me by. But this hope was not destined for realization, for the strange footfalls steadily advanced. The animal, evidently having obtained my scent, which in an atmosphere so absolutely free from all distracting influences as that of the cave, could doubtless be followed at great distance. Seeing, therefore, that I must be armed for defense against an uncanny and unseen attack in the dark, I groped about me the largest of the fragments of rock which were strewn about all parts of the floor of the cavern in the vicinity, and grasping one in each hand for immediate use, awaited with resignation the inevitable result. Meanwhile, the hideous pattering of the paws drew near. Certainly, the conduct of the creature was exceedingly strange. Most of the time, the tread seemed to be that of a quadruped, walking with a singular lack of unison betwixt hind and 4 feet. Yet, at brief and infrequent intervals, I fancied that but 2 feet were engaging in the process of locomotion. I wondered what species of animal was to confront me. It must, I thought, be some unfortunate beast who had paid for its curiosity to investigate one of the entrances of the fearful grotto with a lifelong confinement in its interminable recesses. It doubtless obtained as food the eyeless fish, bats, and rats of the cave, as well as some of the ordinary fish that were wafted in at every freshet of Green River, which communicates in some occult manner with the waters of the cave. I occupied my horrible vigil with grotesque conjectures of what alterations the cave life might have wrought in the physical structure of the beast. Remembering the awful appearances described by local tradition to the consumptives who had died after long residence in the cavern, then I remembered with a start that even should I succeed in killing my antagonist, I should never behold its form, as my torch had long since been extinct, and I was entirely unprovided with matches. The tension on my brain now became frightful. My disordered fancy conjured up hideous and fearsome shapes from the sinister darkness that surrounded me, and that actually seemed to press upon my body. Nearer, the dreaded footfalls approached. It seemed that I must give vent to a piercing scream, yet I had been sufficiently irresolute to attempt such a thing. My voice could scarcely have responded. I was petrified, rooted to the spot. I doubted if my right arm would allow me to hurl its missile at the oncoming thing when the crucial moment should arrive. Now the steady pat of the steps was close at hand. Now very close. I could hear the labored breathing of the animal, and terror-struck as I was, I realized that it must have come from a considerable distance, and was correspondingly fatigued. Suddenly the spell broke. My right hand, guided by my ever-trustworthy sense of hearing, threw with full force the sharp-angled bit of limestone which it contained toward that point in the darkness from which emanated the breathing and pattering. And wonderful to relate, it nearly reached its goal, for I heard the thing jump, landing at a distance away, where it seemed to pause. Having readjusted my aim, I discharged my second missile, this time most effectively, for with a flood of joy, I listened as the creature fell in what sounded like a complete collapse, and evidently remained prone and unmoving. Almost overpowered by the great relief which rushed over me, I reeled back against the wall. The breathing continued in heavy, gasping inhalations and expirations, whence I realized that I had no more than wounded the creature. And now all desire to examine the thing ceased. At last, something allied to groundless, superstitious fear had entered my brain, and I did not approach that body, nor did I continue to cast stones at it in order to complete the extinction of its life. Instead, I ran full speed in what I was, as nearly as I could estimate in my frenzied condition, the direction from which I had come. Suddenly, I heard a sound, or rather, a regular succession of sounds. In another instant, they had resolved themselves into a series of sharp metallic clicks. This time there was no doubt it was the guide. And then I shouted, yelled, screamed, even shrieked with joy as I beheld in the vaulted arches above the faint and glimmering effulgence which I knew to be the reflected light of an approaching torch. I ran to meet the flare, and before I could completely understand what had occurred, was lying upon the ground at the feet of the guide, embracing his boots and gibbering, despite my boasted reserve, in a most meaningless and idiotic manner, pouring out my terrible story, and at the same time overwhelming my auditor with protestations of gratitude. At length I awoke to something like my normal consciousness. The guide had noted my absence upon the arrival of the party at the entrance of the cave, and had, from his own intuitive sense of direction, proceeded to make a thorough canvassing of the by-passages, just ahead of where he had last spoken to me, locating my whereabouts after a quest of about 4 hours. By the time he had related this to me, I, emboldened by his torch and his company, began to reflect upon the strange beast which I had wounded but a short distance back in the darkness. and suggested that we ascertain, by the rushlight's aid, what manner of creature was my victim. Accordingly, I retraced my steps, this time with a courage born of companionship, to the scene of my terrible experience. Soon we descried a white object upon the floor, an object whiter even than the gleaming limestone itself. Cautiously advancing, we gave vent to a simultaneous ejaculation of wonderment, for of all the unnatural monsters either of us had in our lifetime beheld, this was in surpassing degree the strangest. It appeared to be an anthropoid ape of large proportions, escaped perhaps from some itinerant menagerie. Its hair was snow white, a thing due no doubt to the bleaching actions of long existence within the inky confines of the cave. But it was also surprisingly thin, being indeed largely absent, save on the head, where it was of such length and abundance that it fell over the shoulders in considerable profusion. The face was turned away from us, as the creature lay almost directly upon it. The inclination of the limbs was very singular, explaining, however, the alternation in their use which I had noted before, whereby the beast used sometimes all four, and on other occasions but two for its progress. From the tips of the fingers or toes, long nail-like claws extended. The hands or feet were not prehensile, a fact that I ascribed to that long residence in the cave, which, as I before mentioned, seemed evident from the all-pervading and almost unearthly whiteness so characteristic of the whole anatomy. No tail seemed to be present. The respiration had now grown very feeble, and the guide had drawn his pistol with the evident intent of dispatching the creature, when a sudden sound emitted by the latter caused the weapon to fall unused. The sound was of a nature difficult to describe. It was not like the normal note of any known species of simian, and I wondered if this unnatural quality were not the result of a long continued and complete silence, broken by the sensations produced by the advent of the light, a thing which the beast could not have seen since its first entrance into the cave. The sound, which I might feebly attempt to classify as a kind of deep-toned chattering, was faintly continued. All at once, a fleeting spasm of energy seemed to pass through the frame of the beast. The paws went through a convulsive motion, and the limbs contracted. With a jerk, the white body rolled over so that its face was turned in our direction. For a moment, I was so struck with horror at the eyes thus revealed that I noted nothing else. They were black. Those eyes, deep, jetty black, in hideous contrast to the snow-white hair and flesh. Like those of other cave denizens, they were deeply sunken in their orbits and were entirely destitute of iris. As I looked more closely, I saw that they were set in a face less prognathous than that of the average ape, and infinitely more hairy. The nose was quite distinct. As we gazed upon the uncanny sight presented to our vision, the thick lips opened and several sounds issued from them, after which the thing relaxed in death. The guide clutched my coat sleeve and trembled so violently that the light shook fitfully, casting weird, moving shadows on the wall about us. I made no motion, but stood rigidly still, my horrified eyes fixed upon the floor ahead. Then fear left, and wonder, awe, compassion, and reverence succeeded in its place, for the sounds uttered by the stricken figure that lay stretched out on the limestone had told us the awesome truth. The creature I had killed, the strange beast of the unfathomed cave, was, or had at one time been, a man. That's The Beast in the Cave by H.P. Lovecraft. I like that story. That is one of my favorite H.P. Lovecraft stories. I don't know why. I just love that story. Dun dun dun, says Silent PS. Well, we've got a button for that. A man. Werewolf, their wolf, their castle. Rip Terry Garr. Speaking of young Frankenstein, Terry Garr passed away yesterday evening. Rip Terry Garr of young Frankenstein fame. Yoda and Strawberry seem restless. Could it be their master has gone nuts? Shh. Yeah, they've... Oh, speaking of Yoda, Yoda has, just as I said that, returned. Yoda has returned. There's Yoda. Yoda in the dark. Dun, dun, dun. She was the last, wasn't she? Yeah. Gene Wilder, Madeline Kahn, Terry Garr. Yeah. I guess she was the last of the... Marty Feldman left eons ago. So yeah, I guess she was the last of the young Frankenstein stars. Already read Arthur Gordon Pym. Unfortunately, that part of the story that involved of Arthur Gordon Pym that involves the cannibalism and poor young Richard Proctor. Was that his name? Proctor? Was it Richard Proctor? But that it's unfortunately part of a very long story, a story that's far too long to read. But yeah, we no Arthur Pym reading, just because it, like I said, it's part of a much larger story. Richard Parker, that's what it was. Richard Parker. Sorry, I don't know where Proctor came from. Yeah, I do, probably Karen Reed. I almost said Karen Boone. Yeah, the part of Arthur Pym regarding Richard Parker is part of a story that's just too long to read. Anywho, our next story. Oh, we got another super chat. $10 from Lone Star Living. I hate scary stuff, dark, entrapment, etc. I love this. Keep up the good work. Well, we're doing this because you enjoy it. That's why. These are just things that I read anyway. We're at the 1 hour and 53 mark. We'll read one more Edgar Allan Poe story, and then we'll decide whether to continue or not. If it's something you want me to do, we'll do. Goals and things. It's got to be a give and take, because I could go to sleep very easily. Make it worth my while. No, just well, not kidding, but you know what I mean. Not grifting, just pointing out things. All right. Let's see the next story. Oh, look at little Yoda there. Look at little Yoda. What's up, Yoda? Okay, we're going to read one more decently length story. Again, this probably is my favorite. Like the Hujima, what's it? The Raven. Oh, people calling me to ask me to come out and drink at midnight on a Wednesday. I don't know what you think I am, but no, I'm busy, Brendan. All right. The Raven is my favorite Edgar Allan Poe poem. It's my favorite Edgar Allan Poe poem. This next story is probably my favorite Edgar Allan Poe story.
Strawberry, you had 2 snacks. You get no more snacks. No more snacks for you. No more snacks for you.
Okay. This is probably my favorite Edgar Allan Poe story. So after we read this, depending on what happens, we'll decide whether or not to continue. Extended time. You know what I mean. I don't want to beg, but I'm just saying. All right, this is. Here we go.
Straubs, you got to be quiet so we can listen, okay? We got to be quiet. We got to read a scary story. We're going to read a scary story, okay?
Snap. Hey. Yeah, Barney is correct. So bad that's Poe's only actual book-length story. It's a long short story. All right, we're gonna read the story here. Let's continue. Edgar Allan Poe, The Telltale Heart. True, nervous. Very, very dreadfully nervous I had been and am. But why will you say that I'm not mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of But above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in earth. I heard many things in hell. How then am I mad? Hearken, and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It's impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object, there was none. Passion, there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold, I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. One of his eyes resembled that of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold, and so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now, this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing, but you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. Every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it, oh, so gently. And then, when I made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed so that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously. Oh, so cautiously. Cautiously, for the hinges creak. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights. Every night, just at midnight. But I found the eye always closed. And so it was impossible to do the work. For it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone and inquiring how he had passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man, indeed, to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Well, upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph to think that there I was, opening the door little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch with the thick darkness, for shutters were closed fast through fear of robbers. So I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing on it steadily. I had my head in and was about to open the lantern when my thumb slipped upon the fastening, and the old man sprang up in the bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle. And in the meantime, I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed listening, just as I have done night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan. It was not a groan of pain or of grief. Oh no. It was the slow, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. Now, I say I knew it well. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise, when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It's nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor," or "It's merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with all these suppositions, but he had found all in vain. All in vain. Because death, in approaching him, had stalked with its black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a little, very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You can't imagine how stealthily, until at length a single dim ray, like the thread of the spider, shot out of the crevice and fell upon the vultured eye. It was open, wide, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow of my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray, as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. And now, I've not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over acuteness of the senses. Now, I say there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury, as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even as I refrained and kept still, I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say, louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I've told you that I am nervous, so I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrolled terror. Yet for some minutes longer, I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder. Louder. I thought the heart must burst, and now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once, only once. In an instant, I dragged him to the floor, and I pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes, the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If still you think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too wary for that. A tub had caught all. When I had made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men who introduced themselves. Perfect sovereignty, they were officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been dispatched to search the premises. I smiled, for what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, had been my own in a dream. The old man I mentioned was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secured and undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in a wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chattered of familiar things, but ere long I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears, but still they sat and chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definitiveness, until at length I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice, yet the sound increased. And what could I do? It was a dull, low, quick sound. Such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I argued and arose about trifles in a high key with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noises steadily increased. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore, I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated it upon the boards, but the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder, louder, and still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they had not heard? Almighty God, no, they heard, they suspected, they knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think, but anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt I must scream or die. And now, again, hark, louder, villains, I shrieked, dissemble no more. I admit the deed, tear up the planks. Here is the beating of his hideous heart. Edgar Allan Poe, January 1843, The Telltale Heart. I like that story. I really do like that. That as I've said, is my favorite Edgar Allan Poe story by a mile. And The Simpsons did a very, very good job of that. I don't know why I like this story so much. I think I was about 8 or 9 years old the first time I heard it on a Halloween record my parents had. Hey, little miss, what's up? Poe was a deep, deep person. Well, it's too intense for Yoda. Yeah, Yoda passed out. Yes, The Simpsons did do it, and it was nice. They also did The Raven. Their Raven was excellent. I wish I could show those, but copyright strikes and all. Don't want to do that. Oh, Roland Arthur. Both the dead and alive slowly nibble away the time you have left to live. Just kind of scrolling back here to see Doggo's getting the spooks. Probably just spooked at me yelling for no reason. I'm waiting for the neighbors to call the cops one of these nights when I get agitated at what is now 12:17 a.m. All right, people, got to make the decision. Island has sent a $5 super chat. If you don't do the statement of Randolph Carter, it might actually break my heart. Even Straub wants it. I know, but it's late, and It's late. Do I hold the stories behind paywalls? That's the question. I've gone longer than intended, but Island has been very, very generous. Okay, let's see. Well, what have we got here? Island has been generous with 2 $5 super chats. Lone Star Living has given a $10 super chat. So I will read one more very, very short story, and we'll take it from there. This is actually one of H.P. Lovecraft's shortest stories. But again, it's one of the stories that I like just because it's weird. It's a very Lovecraftian Lovecraft story. I don't know if we'll make it to Randolph Carter Island. We'll just see. Oh, wait a minute. What did we? Joe Choi, are you saying that I have a Cash App? You say and a Cash App. Does that mean we have a Cash App? I'm checking. Let's see. No. Wait, whoa, geez, what's this? Hang on. What's going on here? No, we have no. I don't know what that's. Were you just mentioning that I have a Cash App, Joe Choi, or was there actually someone sent one? Yes, I did the Cats of Ulthar. We did the Raven as the first poem, and then the first story was the Cats of Ulthar. Then we did the Black Cat, then the Beast in the Cave, then we finished up with the Telltale Heart. Now we're going to go on to another story. From D What? Ah, there we go. Now it came in. Holy crap. All right, ladies and germs, D What has just
Gotcha, bitch.
Not hit the right button. D What has just dropped 2 $50 super chats for $100. D What telling me to read the damn stories. And Tease T right here in our very own chat has also sent the $50. Read all the stories, please. All right. I have 4 more stories lined up for tonight, just in case. And that's just stupidly generous from everybody. So all right. Settle in. Buckle up, people. We're going to read some stories here. We're going to be reading 4 more stories. We'll do four more stories. We will read Memory by H.P. Lovecraft. Very close to one of my favorite Lovecraft stories, Dagon. Dagon is a fantastic story. I believe Dagon might have been the first Lovecraft story I ever read or heard.
Strawberry, you were being a little whiny one, aren't you, tonight? You just want some lovin's. Do you want lovin's or do you want snacks? That's the question.
You want snacks. You don't care about love. So we'll read Memory, Dagon, then From Beyond, which is a fantastic story too. I love From Beyond. And for Island, we will wrap up the evening with the Statement of Randolph Carter, which it was the finale story for a reason. Jill M says, Jeff, you need your sleep, as it's not good for your health to stay up late and try to do your day job. Your health comes first. Well, here to my health. Right. The first of the remaining stories. And thank you, D What. Thank you so very, very much. And thank you, Tease T. You guys are OG awesomeness.
Strawberry, use your words. Speak your truth to power, Strawberry. What do you want? What? Do you want this? You want the basketball? Yeah, get the basketball.
I don't know what the hell you want. All right. Confused dog. Dun, dun, dun. That's what you want. See, I make the noise and you come after it. Ha ha. All right. They're got to give them the last two treats. You want to lose a damn finger? Jeez. All right. There's the doggos. they don't give two shits about me. No, Flux, I'm not going to read the Cats of Ulthar again. Go back and just listen to it. There's no wrong button. Legal vices. All right. Are we ready? Let's see how we're doing over here on things. Gosh, D1 and TST, you guys, come on. Oh, yes. You humble me. The vote is still open for the like and subscribe poll. We've got 239 concurrent viewers, 352 likes, and 391 votes on the like and subscribe poll. The like and subscribe poll, quite simple, which will determine whether or not we do this again next year, assuming I'm still around next year. Are you enjoying this? 74% say yes, the same 2% said no, and the same 24% say just following orders. So that's exactly how it was an hour ago. Sorry, dude, there ain't no more snacks. We shall put up with whiny dog until there are no more whiny dogs to put up with. All right. Look at them red teeth. You got some teeths. D says, seriously, I love this shit. Are you not entertained? All right, let's read a short one. This is just weird Lovecraft. That's all it is. This is just a weird Lovecraft story, complete with whiny dog noise in the background for effect. Ignore the dog and it will go away. That's what they tell me. Oh, I see also that we have reached the second tier of achievements, which is the punishment shot. The punishment shot of really bad whiskey. This is a bad allocated whiskey that is only available at the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown. This is from the Cooperstown Distillery, even though they didn't actually make it. It's MGP from Indiana. I didn't think it was bad because I remember it being better than it is, but we had it yesterday and it was bad. So I rightfully chose this as the next punishment bottle. Cooperstown Distillery, Baseball Hall of Fame, allocated bourbon, aged for a respectable 6 months. It's aged for 6 months. Cheers, people. Oh, God. And you know what makes it really bad? Oh, God. Excuse me. You know what really makes it bad is when you've been drinking really good whiskey for the first 2.5 hours, and then you have to drink that swill. Oh. Ugh. Oh, no, whiskey does not just go bad when it enters Korea. That's just, whew. Wow, that's just not good whiskey. Ugh. I hope it doesn't make me throw up. That'd be really bad. All right. Now the dogs are scaring me. They're going to eat me. Don't eat me, pigs. Don't eat me, pig dogs. Yes. Bourbon aged for 6 months. Delicious. God has no excuses for you. You were given free will. No, it's my fault. I have sinned. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Memory by H.P. Lovecraft. In the valley of Nis, the accursed waning moon shines thinly, tearing a path for its light with feeble horns through the lethal foliage of the great upas tree. And within the depths of the valley, where the light reaches not, move forms not meet to behold. Rank is the herbage on each slope, where evil vines and creeping plants crawl amidst the stones of ruined palaces, twining tightly about broken columns and strange monoliths, and heaving up marble pavements laid by forgotten hands. And in trees that grow gigantic in crumbling courtyards leap little apes, while in and out of deep treasure vaults writhe poison serpents and scaly beings without a name. Vast are the stones which sleep beneath coverlets of dank moss, and mighty were the walls from which they fell. For all time their builders erect them, and in sooth they yet serve nobly, for beneath them the gray toad makes its habitation. At the very bottom of the valley lies the river Than, whose waters are slimy and filled with weeds. From hidden springs it rises, and to subterranean grottos it flows, so that the demon of the valley knows not why its waters are red, nor whither they are bound. The genie that haunts the moonbeams spake to the demon of the valley, saying, I am old and forget much. Tell me the deeds and aspect and name of them who built these things of stone. And the demon replied, I am Memory, and am wise in lore of the past, but I too am old. These beings were like the waters of the river Than, not to be understood. Their deeds I do not recall, for they were but of the moment. Their aspect I recall dimly, for it was like to that of the little apes in the trees. Their name I recall clearly, for it rhymed with that of the river. These beings of yesterday were called man. So the genie flew back to the thin horned moon, and the demon looked intently at a little ape in a tree that grew in a crumbling courtyard. That's Memory by H.P. Lovecraft. I like that story because it's so short, it's so concise, and it has this sense of vast eons of time that have passed, to where man was just a fleeting moment in time, and we're just the human race is just this tiny blip that's vaguely remembered by some demon of the valley as it watches a little ape-like thing flit from tree to tree. I like that story just for its conciseness, its simplicity, and it's just deep Lovecraftian weirdness. It's the opposite of Owen's closing, yes. All right. That's the first of our final 4 stories. The other ones are longer. Torch up my cigar here. All right. Oh, what? Sorry, Straubs. We don't care about your barking because this. Shh. Hey, the snacks are gone. Don't make the neighbors complain. It's 12:30 in the morning, dog. I will put you outside, dog. Have some tobacco smoke, dog. All right, people. Well, so what did you guys think? What did you guys think? Joe Choi says nice. What do you guys think of Memory? I like the really short stories. H.P. Lovecraft. Just the ones that are so concise and so put together, but yet span vast eons of time. Oh, Fire and Ice loved it. It's the ghosts, very apropos. No, it's just the snacks. They just want the snacks, but they ain't getting the snacks. Oh, the Sock Snatcher also enjoyed that one. All right, that's good. That's good. A couple of you enjoyed it anyway. All right, I really have to wash the taste of that bad bourbon out of my mouth. Back to Scotland we go with the Kilchoman Machir Bay. Memory, being a demon, thinking ill of man, might mean man was indeed virtuous and good. Could be. All right. Well, hey, Joe liked it too. Well, the next story we're going to read, as I said, is probably, if I recall correctly, the first H.P. Lovecraft story I read. It ranks up there in my top. Probably I want to say probably my favorite H.P. Lovecraft story is Shadow over Innsmouth, but that's one of his longest stories, which means it's impractical to read. But if you get a chance to read The Shadow over Innsmouth, please do. And tomorrow, the main thrust of our show will be reading The Call of Cthulhu. If we have extra time, we'll venture into other short stories. All right. So for those of you that are just joining us, this is our second annual Edgar Allan Poe, H.P. Lovecraft, and other spooky story readers. We had so much fun doing it last year. We thought we'd do it again. So, all right, let's get going. We got a lot of story and a little time to get through here. Oh, Daily Quick Bites. Legal Vices, it's Ozymandias for the whole human race. It kind of is. It's sort of like the poem Ozymandias, which I believe is about 14 lines. It's a great story. We actually read that last year, if I recall correctly. I was thinking of reading Ozymandias today, but it didn't quite fit in just with the Poe and H.P. Lovecraft stories. Maybe we'll read Ozymandias tomorrow. But thank you for bringing that to our attention and reminding me, because Ozymandias is a great poem, and the author of Ozymandias actually sort of had a little bit of influence on H.P. Lovecraft's later writings. I can't suddenly just the name of the Ozymandias was that Percy Shelley that wrote it? Yeah, it was Percy Shelley, the husband of Mary Shelley, who wrote Frankenstein. Ozymandias was written by Percy Shelley and had a little bit of an influence on H.P. Lovecraft's writings. Was it Coleridge? I thought it was Percy Shelley. It was Percy Bysshe Shelley. Come on, it wasn't Coleridge. It was Shelley. I knew it was Shelley. Yes, it was. It was Percy Shelley, the husband of Mary Shelley, author of Frankenstein, that wrote Ozymandias, which is actually, as was mentioned by, it's kind of very similar in feel and scope to Memory that we just read. And Duncan Idaho, the $5, I think Straub might be contemplating your evil eye. She's got a nefarious look about her. She always has that evil look about her. She's gonna bury me under the floorboards one of these days. Thank you so much, Duncan Idaho. Yes, Shelley, 10,000%. What was Coleridge then, lol? Coleridge wrote a lot of stuff, but everyone here is agreeing it was Shelley. So there you go. The Rime of the Ancient Mariner is Coleridge. There's also a show called The Show. There's also a story. It was like the tropical something. A tropical horror. Yeah, that was the name of the story. Tropical Horror. That's actually a good story. And the author of that story had an influence on later. It was William Hope Hodgson wrote a tropical horror. And H.P. Lovecraft stumbled upon William Hope Hodgson's writings in like 19. They were contemporaries, but he wasn't introduced to William Hope Hodgson until about 1934, and Hodgson had a bit of effect on the latter part of H.P. Lovecraft's writing. A tropical horror that also involves a ship and a beast. We might read that on a Maritime Monday Halloween show or something. A Kubla Khan. Yeah. Oh, the poem Kubla Khan was a great poem. All right. Enough of our literary meanderings. Let's get on with the next story, shall we? Clear the throat. And we are going to be reading, as I said, one of my favorite H.P. Lovecraft stories, perhaps the first one I was ever acquainted with, Dagon by H.P. Lovecraft. I am writing this under an appreciable mental strain, since by tonight I shall be no more. Penniless, and at the end of my supply of the drug which alone makes life endurable, I can bear the torture no longer, and shall cast myself from this garret window into the squalid street below. Do not think from my slavery to morphine that I am a weakling or a degenerate. When you have read these hastily scrawled pages, you may guess, though never fully realize, why it is that I must have forgetfulness or death. It was in one of the most open and least frequented parts of the broad Pacific that the packet of which I was supercargo fell a victim to the German sea raider. The Great War was then at its very beginning, and the ocean forces of the Hun had not completely sunk to their latter degradation, so that our vessel was made a legitimate prize, whilst we of her crew were treated with all the fairness and consideration due us as naval prisoners. So liberal indeed was the discipline of our captors that 5 days after we were taken, I managed to escape alone in a small boat with water and provisions for a good length of time. When I finally found myself adrift and free, I had but little idea of my surroundings. Never a competent navigator, I could only guess vaguely by the sun and stars that I was somewhere south of the equator. Of the longitude, I knew nothing, and no island or coastline was in sight. The weather kept fair, and for uncounted days I drifted aimlessly beneath the scorching sun, waiting either for some passing ship or to be cast on the shores of some habitable land. But neither ship nor land appeared, and I began to despair in my solitude upon the heaving vastness of unbroken blue. The change happened whilst I slept. Its details I shall never know. From my slumber, though troubled and dream infested, was continuous. When at last I awaked, it was to discover myself half sucked into a slimy expanse of hellish black mire, which extended about me in monotonous undulations as far as I could see, and in which my boat lay grounded some distance away. Though one might well imagine that my first sensation would be of wonder at so prodigious and unexpected a transformation of scenery, I was in reality more horrified than astonished, for there was in the air and in the rotting soil a sinister quality which chilled me to the very core. The region was putrid with carcasses of decaying fish and of other less describable things which I saw protruding from the nasty mud of the unending plain. Perhaps I should not hope to convey in mere words the unutterable hideousness that can dwell in absolute silence and barren immensity. There was nothing within hearing and nothing in sight, save a vast reach of black slime. Yet the very completeness of the stillness and the homogeneity of the landscape oppressed me with a nauseating fear. The sun was blazing down from a sky which seemed to me almost black in its cloudless cruelty, as though reflecting the inky marsh beneath my feet. As I crawled into the stranded boat, I realized that only one theory could explain my position. Through some unprecedented volcanic upheaval, a portion of the ocean floor must have been thrown to the surface, exposing regions for which innumerable millions of years had lain hidden under unfathomable watery depths. So great was the extent of the new land which had risen beneath me that I could not detect the faintest noise of the ocean surging, strain my ears as I might. Nor were there any seafowl to prey upon the dead things. For several hours, I sat thinking or brooding in the boat, which lay upon its side and afforded a slight shade as the sun moved across the heavens. As the day progressed, the ground lost some of its stickiness and seemed likely to dry sufficiently for traveling purposes in a short time. That night I slept but little, and the next day I made for myself a pack containing food and water preparatory to an overland journey in search of the vanished sea and possible rescue. On the third morning, I found the soil dry enough to walk upon with ease. The odor of the fish was maddening, but I was too much concerned with graver things to mind so slight an evil, and set out boldly for an unknown goal. All day, I forged steadily westward, guided by faraway hummock, which rose higher than any other elevation on the rolling desert. That night I encamped, and on the following day, still traveled towards the hummock, though that object seemed scarcely nearer than when I first espied it. By the fourth evening, I attained the base of the mound, which turned out to be much higher than it appeared from a distance, an intervening valley setting it out in sharper relief from the general surface. Too weary to ascend, I slept in the shadow of the hill. I know not why my dreams were so wild that night, but ere the waning and fantastically gibbous moon had risen far above the eastern plain, I was awake in a cold perspiration, determined to sleep no more. Such visions as I had experienced were too much for me to endure again, and in the glow of the moon, I saw how unwise I had been to travel by day. Without the glare of the parching sun, my journey would have cost me less energy. Indeed, I now felt quite able to perform the ascent which had deterred me at sunset. So packing up my pack, I started for the crest of the eminence. I have said that the unbroken monotony of the rolling plain was a source of vague horror to me, but I think my horror was greater when I gained the summit of the mound and looked down the other side into an immeasurable pit or canyon, whose black recesses the moon had not yet soared high enough to illumine. I felt myself on the edge of the world, peering over the rim into a fathomless chaos of eternal night. Though my terror ran curious reminiscences of Paradise Lost and of Satan's hideous climb through the unfashionable realms of darkness. As the moon climbed higher in the sky, I began to see the slopes of the valley were not quite so perpendicular as I had imagined. Ledges and outcroppings of rock afforded fairly easy footholds for a descent, while after a drop of a few hundred feet, the declivity became very gradual. Urged on by an impulse which I cannot definitively analyze, I scrambled with difficulty down the rocks and stood on the gentler slope beneath, gazing into the Stygian deeps where no light had yet penetrated. All at once, my attention was captured by a vast and singular object on the opposite slope, which rose steeply about 100 yards ahead of me. An object that gleamed whitely in the newly bestowed rays of the ascending moon. That it was merely a gigantic piece of stone, I soon assured myself, but I was not conscious of a distinct impression that its contour and position were not altogether the works of nature. A closer scrutiny filled me with sensations I cannot express. For, despite its enormous magnitude and its position in an abyss which had yawned at the bottom of the sea since the world was young, I perceived beyond a doubt that the strange object was a well-shaped monolith, whose massive bulk had known the workmanship and perhaps the worship of living and thinking creatures. Dazed and frightened, yet not without a certain thrill of the scientist or archaeologist's delight, I examined my surroundings more closely. The moon, now near the zenith, shone weirdly and vividly above the towering steeps that hemmed in the chasm, and revealed the fact that a far-flung body of water flowed at the bottom, winding out of sight in both directions, and almost lapping my feet as I stood on the slope. Across the chasm, the wavelets washed the base of the Cyclopean monolith, on whose surface I could now trace both inscriptions and crude sculptures. The writing was in a system of hieroglyphics unknown to me and unlike anything I had ever seen in books, consisting for the most part of conventionalized aquatic symbols such as fishes, eels, octopi, crustaceans, mollusks, whales, and the like. Several characters obviously represented marine things which are unknown to the modern world, but whose decomposing forms I had observed on the ocean-risen plain. It was the pictorial carving, however, that did most to hold me spellbound. Plainly visible across the intervening water, on account of their enormous size, were an array of bas-reliefs whose subjects would have excited the envy of a Dore. I think that these things were supposed to depict men, at least a certain sort of men, though the creatures were shown disporting like fishes in the waters of some marine grotto, or paying homage at some monolithic shrine which appeared to be under the waves as well. Of their faces and forms I dare not speak in detail, for the mere remembrance makes me grow faint. Grotesque beyond the imagination of a Poe or a Bulwer, they were damnably human in general outline despite webbed hands and feet. Shockingly wide and flabby lips, glassy, bulging eyes, and other features less pleasant to recall. Curiously enough, they seem to have been chiseled badly out of proportion with their scenic background, for one of the creatures was shown in the act of killing a whale, represented as but little larger than himself. I remarked, as I say, their grotesqueness and strange size, but in a moment decided that they were merely the imaginary gods of some primitive fishing or seafaring tribe, some tribe whose last descendant had perished eras before the ancestors of the Piltdown or Neanderthal man was born. Awestruck at this unexpected glimpse into the past, beyond the conception of the most daring anthropologist, I stood musing whilst the moon cast queer reflections on the silent channel before me. Then, suddenly, I saw it. With only a vast churning to mark its rise to the surface, the thing slid into view above the dark waters. Vast, Polyphemus-like, and loathsome, it darted like a stupendous monster of nightmares to the monolith, about which it flung its gigantic, scaly arms, the while it bowed its hideous head and gave vent to certain measured sounds. I think I went mad then. Of my frantic ascent of the slope and cliff, and of my delirious journey back to the stranded boat, I remember little. I believe I sang a great deal and laughed oddly when I was unable to sing. I have indistinct recollections of a great storm sometime after I reached the boat. At any rate, I know that I heard peals of thunder and other tones which nature utters only in her wildest moods. When I came out of the shadows, I was in a San Francisco hospital, brought thither by the captain of the American ship which had picked up my boat in mid-ocean. In my delirium, I had said much, but found that my words had been given scant attention. Of any land upheaval in the Pacific, my rescuers knew nothing, nor did I deem it necessary to insist upon a thing which I knew they could not believe. Once I sought out a celebrated ethnologist, and amused him with particular questions regarding the ancient Philistine legend of Dagon, the fish god. But soon perceiving that he was hopelessly conventional, I did not press my inquiries. It is at night, especially when the moon is gibbous and waning, that I see the thing. I tried morphine, but the drug has given only transient surcease and has drawn me into its clutches as a hopeless slave. So now I am to end it all. Having written a full account of the information or the contemptuous amusement of my fellow men, often I ask myself if it could not have all been a pure phantasm, a mere freak of fever, as I lay sun-stricken and raving in the open boat of my escape from the German man-of-war. Then I ask myself, but ever does there come before me a hideous vision, a vivid vision in reply? I cannot think of the deep sea without shuddering at the nameless things that may at this very moment be crawling and floundering on its slimy bed, worshipping their ancient stone idols and carving out their own detestable likeness on submarine obelisks of water-soaked granite. I dream of a day when they may rise above the billows to drag down in their reeking talons the remnants of puny, war-exhausted mankind, of a day when the land shall sink and the dark ocean floor shall ascend amidst universal pandemonium. The end is near. I hear the noise at the door, and of some immense slippery body lumbering against it. It shall not find me. God, that hand, the window. The window. That's Dagon by H.P. Lovecraft. I like that story because it kind of has that that unknown land thing where somebody goes and experiences something evil, something vast, something big, but then no one ever is around to corroborate the story. Sort of like a Paradise Lost kind of thing, or like an Admiral Byrd exploring the South Pole and seeing a green valley full of of things, and then nobody else has ever been able to find this green valley that Admiral Byrd referred to. Oh man, says Kaiser Pineapple, I missed Dagon. I'll have to rewind and watch it over again. Now there's actually the movie Dagon is a fantastic movie. If you find the I believe it's a Kaiser Pineapple would know. The movie Dagon, I believe it was a Spanish movie. Kaiser was the movie Dagon, it was from Spain, right? Because I know Spain did they did The Shadow over Innsmouth, which is sort of like the Dagon story. It was really, really well done. I really, really enjoyed it. So there's a surprising number of movies that were made from H.P. Lovecraft stories. Some of them are good. Some of them you don't realize are H.P. Lovecraft stories. For example, The Reanimator. If that's a great Halloween movie, by the way, Reanimator. If you've seen the movie Reanimator, that's based on an H.P. Lovecraft story. Some other. Let me see. Color Out of Space. It was a recent movie with Nicolas Cage. It was actually 2001, directed by Stuart Gordon of Empire Film fame, same guy that did Reanimator and From Beyond. Yeah, okay, but for some reason, it struck me as a Spanish movie. It may have just been Innsmouth that was a Spanish movie. That's my problem. I've seen so many of these damned movies that I can't keep them straight in my head. But the movie Dagon was a great movie. Check it out. Search for it. It's a fun. It bears no resemblance whatsoever to the story Dagon, but it's more about it's more about like the god Dagon. Been strucken by Spanish movies often. I did like the movie Dagon, but The Color Out of Time was a in my memory, a fairly recent movie starring Nicolas Cage. It's one of the best adaptations of an H.P. Lovecraft movie, of an H.P. Lovecraft story that's been made into a movie. Where, I mean, the story itself is insane, and Nicolas Cage was the perfect star of that show. It's like the director just said, "Tell you what, go be Nicolas Cage." The Dagon film was based on Shadow over Innsmouth, but it got a lot more involved. For some reason, I just remember it being Spanish. I don't know why. Pan's Labyrinth was an interesting Spanish movie. Guillermo del Toro. I mean, fantastic director. I love Guillermo del Toro's movies, and the TV series he did. Can't think of it. Anyway, great stuff. Yeah, there's some good movies out there. Anybody has questions about Lovecraft movies and horror movies in general, Kaiser Pineapple's your man. He's your guy, and you definitely want to subscribe to Kaiser Pineapple Stories. His channel is awesome. Horribly, criminally undersubscribed. Open up a separate window and subscribe to Kaiser Pineapple. Yeah, in complete agreement. It was Guillermo del Toro, and it was set up for success. No, thank you, Kaiser, for being here to answer the questions whilst I read stories. We've got 2 more stories that I want to read. And one of them Kaiser just mentioned. The next story we're going to read, and I believe I read this, if I recall correctly, I read this last Halloween as a request from Kaiser Pineapple, From Beyond, which the new From Beyond movie is actually really good. I wholly recommend if you search for From Beyond in movies, the most recent iteration of From Beyond is a good movie. Oh, Cage funded the movie. I did not know that, and wants to make more. He truly believes in the project. Yeah. Yes, says Kaiser Pineapple. Again, if I remember correctly, I read From Beyond last year because Kaiser Pineapple requested it. So we're going to read that again. And as I mentioned, tomorrow, the main focus, the star of the program for part 2 of our Halloween will be reading The Call of Cthulhu. And there's a great Call of Cthulhu movie. It's fairly recent, but it was done in a style of a movie that would have been made during H.P. Lovecraft's day. So it was done in the style of a 1930s movie, but it's a fairly recent production. Really good. Very well done. Fun fact, From Beyond movie is actually free on Amazon Prime right now. Well, there you go. Everything Guillermo del Toro does is pretty freaking weird. I'm trying to think of did he do the vampire TV series? God, I can't remember the name of it was a series of 3 or 4 books that I really liked, and they made it into a movie. And for some reason, they made it into a TV series. And for some reason, I never finished watching it, which I have to go back and watch. I think he directed that too. All right. Well, let's get on with our story reading, shall we? Not Twilight, damn it, Mary Jane. No. No. Not Interview with a Vampire. That was Anne Rice. Not The Vampire Diaries. God damn it, people. All right. Forget it. Forget I mentioned anything. All right. Here we go. Our last 2 stories are going to be From Beyond and The Statement of Randolph Carter. I have relit this. This is the problem with reading these things. Pipes are hopeless because, as I said, you need to draw on a pipe about once every 30 seconds or it's going to go out. You're good about 4 or 5 minutes with a cigar, but still I talk too much. So I never get but a few puffs on a cigar before it goes out. Oh, the original Buffy movie was the only. There is only True Detective was Lovecraft inspired, if I remember correctly. Someone mentioned that before. I only saw the first season of True Detective. I didn't watch the second season. The only thing that I can remember from True Detective was that they must have smoked a lot of weed making that show. I have to go back and watch it. I remember it being really, really good. All right. Yes, vampires suck, Flux. Wet the whistle. All right. Yes, Kaiser, you are correct. I think Paul Rubens was in that film. Yes, Paul Rubens and Christy Swanson were the original, and Flux is going to fight me on this. The only true Buffy the Vampire Slayer is Christy Swanson. And Rutger Hauer, Paul Rubens, they were the head vampires. And it has one of my favorite, the original Buffy the Vampire Slayer movie has one of my favorite cinematic lines of all time in it. Also, Paul Rubens' death scene is classic. It's one of the best death scenes you'll ever see in a movie. But he also has one of my favorite cinematic lines of all time. Paul Rubens, aka Pee Wee Herman, in the role of the vampire henchman, says, "Yes, Rutger Hauer, the prosecutor in the Alec Baldwin case." The line that I'm referring to in the original Buffy the Vampire Slayer is when Paul Rubens' vampire character is giving the command to kill one of the people. He's like, kill him a lot. I don't know why I just love that line. Kill him a lot. Hey, Megan Fox, what's up? I agree about Buffy, exactly, because you're smart and you're old like me. Olds appreciate Christy Swanson and Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Kill him a lot. I just love that line. All right, we are going to read From Beyond by H.P. Lovecraft, and then we'll read The Statement of Randolph Carter, and then we'll wrap this up until tomorrow when we read The Call of Cthulhu and other stories. From Beyond by H.P. Lovecraft. Horrible, beyond conception, was the change which had taken place in my best friend, Crawford Tillinghast. I had not seen him since that day 2 months and a half before, when he had told me that towards what goal his physical and metaphysical researches were leading. When he had answered my odd and almost frightened remonstrances by driving me from his laboratory and his house in a burst of fanatical rage. I had known that he was now remained mostly shut in the attic laboratory with that accursed electrical machine, eating little and excluding even the servants. But I had not thought that a brief period of 10 weeks could so alter and disfigure any human creature. It is not pleasant to see a stout man suddenly grown thin, and it's even worse when the baggy skin becomes yellowed or grayed, the eyes sunken, circled, and uncannily glowing, the forehead veined and corrugated, and the hands tremulous and twitching. And if added to this, there be a repellent unkemptness, a wild disorder of dress, a bushiness of dark hair, white at the roots, and an unchecked growth of pure white beard on a face once clean shaven. The cumulative effect is quite shocking. But such was the aspect of Crawford Tillinghast on the night his half-coherent message brought me to his door after my weeks of exile. Such the specter that trembled as it admitted me, candle in hand, and glanced furtively over its shoulder as if fearful of unseen things in the ancient lonely house set back from Benevolent Street. That Crawford Tillinghast should ever have studied science and philosophy was a mistake. These things should be left to the frigid and impersonal investigator, for they offer two equally tragic alternatives to the man of feeling and action. despair if he failed in his quest, and terrors unutterable and unimaginable if he succeeded. Tillinghast had once been the prey of failure, solitary and melancholy. But now I knew, with nauseating fears of my own, that he was the prey of success. I had indeed warned him 10 weeks before, when he burst forth with his tale of what he felt himself about to discover. He had been flushed and excited then, taking in a high and unnatural, though always pedantic voice. "What do we know," he had said, "of the world and the universe about us? Our means of receiving impressions are absurdly few, and our notions of surrounding objects infinitely narrow. We see things only as we constructed to see them, and can gain no idea of their absolute nature. We, with 5 feeble senses, we pretend to comprehend the boundless complex cosmos, yet other beings with a wider, stronger, or different range of senses might not only see very differently the things we see, but might see and study whole worlds of matter, energy, and life, which lie close at hand, yet can never be detected with the senses we have. I have always believed that such strange, inaccessible worlds exist at our very elbows, and now I believe I have found a way to break down the barriers. I'm not joking. Within 24 hours, that machine near the table will generate waves acting as unrecognized sense organs that exist in us as atrophied and rudimentary vestiges. Those waves will open up to us many vistas unknown to man and several unknown to anything we consider organic life. We shall see at which dogs howl in the night, and that at which cats prick up their ears after midnight. We shall see these things and other things which no breathing creature has yet seen. We shall overlap time, space, and dimensions, and without bodily motion peer into the bottom of creation." When Tillinghast said these things, I remonstrated, for I knew him well enough to be frightened rather than amused. But he was a fanatic and drove me from the house. Now he was no less a fanatic, but his desire to speak had conquered his resentment, and he had written me imperatively in a hand I could scarcely recognize, as I entered the abode of the friend so suddenly metamorphosed to a shriveling gargoyle. I became infected with the terror which seemed stalking in all the shadows. The words and beliefs expressed 10 weeks before seemed bodied forth in the darkness beyond the small circle of candlelight, and I sickened at the hollow, altered voice of my host. I wished the servants were about, and I did not like it when he said they had all left 3 days previously. It seemed strange that old Gregory at least, should desert his master without telling, as tried a friend as I. It was he who had given me all the information I had of Tillinghast after I was repulsed in rage. Yet I soon subordinated all my fears to my growing curiosity and fascination. Just what Crawford Tillinghast now wished of me, I could only guess. But that he had some stupendous secret or discovery to impart, I could not doubt. Before, I had protested at his unnatural pryings into the unthinkable. Now that he had evidently succeeded to some degree, I almost shared his spirit, terrible though the cost of victory appeared. Up through the dark emptiness of the house, I followed the bobbing candle in the hand of this shaking parody of man. The electricity seemed to be turned off, and when I asked, he said it was for a definite reason. "It would be too much. I would not dare," he continued to mutter. I especially noticed his new habit of muttering, for it was not like him to talk to himself. We entered the laboratory in the attic, and I observed that detestable electrical machine glowing with a sickly, sinister, violet luminosity. It was connected with a powerful chemical battery, but seemed to be receiving no current, for I recalled that in its experimental stage it had sputtered and purred when in action. In reply to my question, Tillinghast murmured that this permanent glow was not electrical in any sense that I could understand. He now seated me near the machine so that it was on my right and turned a switch somewhere below the crowning cluster of glass bulbs. The usual sputtering began, turned to a whine, and terminated in a drone so soft as to suggest a return to silence. Meanwhile, the luminosity increased, waned again, then assumed a pale outre color or blend of colors, which I could neither place nor describe. Tillinghast had been watching me and noted my puzzled expression. "Do you know what that is?" he whispered. "That is ultraviolet." He chuckled oddly at my surprise. "You thought ultraviolet was invisible, and so it is, but you can see that and many other things now. Listen to me. The waves from that thing are waking 1,000 sleeping senses in us, senses which we inherit from eons of evolution, from the state of detached electrons to the state of organic humanity. I have seen truth, and I intend to show it to you. Do you wonder how it will seem? I'll tell you." Here Tillinghast seated himself directly opposite me, blowing out his candle and staring hideously into my eyes. "Your existing sense organs, ears first, I think, will pick up many of the impressions, for they are closely connected with the dormant organs. Then there will be others. You have heard of the pineal gland? I laugh at the shadow endocrinologists. Fellow dupe and fellow parvenu of the Freudian, that gland is the great sense organ of organs. I have found out. It is like sight in the end and transmit visual pictures to the brain. If you are normal, that is the way you ought to get the most of it. I mean, get the most evidence from beyond." I looked at the immense attic room with the sloping south wall, dimly lit rays which the everyday eye cannot see. The far corners were all shadows, and the whole place took on a hazy unreality which obscured its nature and invited the imagination to symbolism and phantasm. During the interval that Tillinghast was silent, I fancied myself in some vast and incredible temple of long-dead gods, some vague edifice of innumerable black stone columns, reaching up from a floor of damp slabs to a cloudy height beyond the range of my vision. The picture was very vivid for a while, but gradually gave way to a more horrible conception, that of utter, absolute solitude in infinite, sightless, soundless space. There deemed to be a void and nothing more, and I felt childish fear, which prompted me to draw from my hip pocket the revolver I always carried after dark since the night I was held up in East Providence. Then, from the farthermost regions of remoteness, the sound softly glided into existence. It was infinitely faint, subtly vibrant, and unmistakably musical, but held a quality of surpassing wildness, which made its impact feel like a delicate torture of my whole body. I felt sensations like those one feel when accidentally scratching ground glass. Simultaneously, there developed something like a cold draft, which apparently swept past me from the direction of the distant sound. As I waited breathlessly, I perceived that both sound and wind were increasing, the effect being to give me an odd notion of myself as tied to a pair of rails in the path of a gigantic approaching locomotive. I began to speak to Tillinghast, and as I did so, all the unusual impressions abruptly vanished. I saw only the man, the glowing machine, and the dim apartment. Tillinghast was grinning repulsively at the revolver, which I had almost unconsciously drawn. But from his expression, I was sure that he had seen and heard as much as I, if not a great deal more. I whispered what I had experienced, and he bade me to remain as quiet and receptive as possible. "Don't move," he cautioned, "for in these rays We are able to be seen as well as to see. I told you the servants left, but I didn't tell you how. It was that thick-witted housekeeper. She turned on the lights downstairs after I warned her not to, and the wires picked up sympathetic vibrations. It must have been frightful. I could hear the screams up here in spite of all that I was seeing and hearing from another direction. And later it was rather awful to find those empty heaps of clothes around the house. Mrs. Updike's clothes were close to the front hall switch. That's how I know she did it. It got them all. But so long as we don't move, we're fairly safe. Remember, we're dealing with a hideous world in which we are practically helpless. Keep still. The combined shock of the revelation and the abrupt command gave me a kind of paralysis. And in my terror, my mind again opened to the impression coming from what Tillinghast called beyond. I was now in a vortex of sound and motion with confused pictures before my eyes. I saw the blurred outlines of the room, but from some point in space, there seemed to be pouring a seething column of unrecognizable shapes or clouds, penetrating the solid roof, at a point ahead and to the right of me. Then I glimpsed the temple-like effect again, but this time the pillars reached up into an aerial ocean of light, which sent down one blinding beam along the path of the cloudy column I had seen before. After that, the scene was almost wholly kaleidoscopic. And in the jumble of sights, sounds, and unidentified sense impressions, I felt that I was about to dissolve or in some way lose the solid form. One definite flash I shall always remember. I seemed for an instant to behold a patch of strange night sky filled with shining, revolving spheres. And as it receded, I saw that the glowing suns formed a constellation or galaxy of settled shape. This shape being the distorted face of Crawford Tillinghast. At another time, I felt the huge animate things brushing past me and occasionally walking or drifting through my supposedly solid body. And I thought I saw Tillinghast look at them, as though his better trained senses could catch them visually. I recalled what he had said of the pineal gland and wondered what he saw with this preternatural eye. Suddenly, I myself became possessed of a kind of augmented sight. Over and above the luminous and shadowy chaos arose a picture which, though vague, held elements of consistency and permanence. It was indeed somewhat familiar, for the unusual part was superimposed upon the usual terrestrial scene, much as a cinema view may be thrown upon a painted curtain of a theater. I saw the attic laboratory, the electrical machine, and the unsightly form of Tillinghast opposite me. But of all the space unoccupied by familiar material objects, not one particle was vacant. Indescribable shapes, both alive and otherwise, were mixed in disgusting array, and close to every known thing were whole worlds of alien, unknown entities. It likewise seemed that all the unknown things entered into the composition of other unknown things, and vice versa. Foremost among the living objects were great inky jellyfish monstrosities, which flabbily quivered in harmony with the vibrations from the machine. They were present in loathsome profusions, and I saw to my horror that they were overlapped, that they were semi-fluid and capable of passing through one another and through what we know as solids. These things were never still, but seemed ever floating with some malignant purpose. Sometimes they appeared to devour one another, the attacker launching itself at his victims in instantaneously obliterating the latter from sight. Shudderingly, I felt that I knew what had obliterated the unfortunate servants, and could not exclude the things from my mind as I strove to observe other properties of the newly visible world that lies unseen around us. But Tillinghast had been watching me and was speaking. You see them? You see them? You see the things that float and flop about you and through you every moment of your life? You see the creatures that form what men call the pure air and the blue sky? Have I not succeeded in breaking down the barrier? Have I not shown you worlds that no other living men have seen? I heard him scream through the horrible chaos, and I looked at the wild face thus so offensively close to mine. His eyes were pits of flame, and they glared at me with what I now saw was overwhelming hatred. The machine droned detestably. You think those floundering things wiped out the servants? Fool, they are harmless. But the servants are gone, aren't they? You tried to stop me. You discouraged me when I needed every drop of encouragement I could get. You were afraid of the cosmic truth, you damned coward. But now I've got you. What swept up the servants? What made them scream so loud? Don't know, eh? Well, you'll know soon enough. Look at me. Listen to what I say. Do you suppose that there are really any such things as time and magnitude? Do you fancy there are such things as form and matter? I tell you, I have struck depths that your little brain can't picture. I have seen beyond the bounds of infinity and drawn down demons from the stars. I have harnessed the powers that stride from world to world to sow death and madness. Space belongs to me. Do you hear? Things are hunting me now, the things that devour and dissolve, but I know how to elude them. It is you they will get, as they got the servants. Stirring, dear sir? I told you it was dangerous to move. I have saved you so far by telling you to keep still, saved you to see more sights and to listen to me. If you had moved, they would have been on you long ago. Don't worry, they won't hurt you. They didn't hurt the servants. It was seeing that made the poor devil scream so. My pets are not pretty, for they come from out of places where aesthetic standards are very different. Disintegration is quite painless, I assure you. But I want you to see them. I almost saw them, but I knew how to stop. You're not curious? I've always known you were no scientist. Trembling, eh? Trembling with anxiety to see the ultimate things I have discovered? Well, why don't you move then? Tired? Well, don't worry, my friend, for they are coming. Look. Look, curse you, look. It's just over your left shoulder. What remains to be told is very brief and may be familiar to you from the newspaper accounts. The police heard a shot in the Tillinghast house and found us there. Tillinghast dead and me unconscious. They arrested me because the revolver was in my hand, but released me in 3 hours after they found it was apoplexy, which had finished Tillinghast, and saw that my shot had been directed at the noxious machine, which now lay hopelessly shattered on the laboratory floor. I did not tell very much of what I had seen, for I feared the coroner would be skeptical. But from the evasive outline I did give, the doctor told me that I had undoubtedly been hypnotized by the vindictive and homicidal madman. I wish I could believe that doctor. It would help my shaky nerves if I could dismiss what I now have to think of as of the air and the sky about me and above me. I never feel alone or comfortable, and a hideous sense of pursuit sometimes comes chillingly on me when I'm weary. What prevents me from believing the doctor is this one simple fact: that the police never found the bodies of those servants whom they say Crawford Tillinghast murdered. That's From Beyond by H.P. Lovecraft. Oh, I like that story. That's a good one. What did y'all think of that? Yay, says Kaiser Pineapple. Mary Jane says, Jeff rules. He has to start a reading ASMR channel. Maybe creepy pasta. Nice one. Digger, how you doing, Digger? What's up? It's been a minute. How you doing, Digger girl? Well read, Legal Vices. Thank you. Thanks, Jeff. One of my absolute favorites. Mine too, sir. Glad to be of service. Wow, says Debbie Marie. I like that one, says Flux. Well, Lorax, you don't have to turn on the red light. Lorax. Good. That was a good one, Jake. I like that one. Nice. Well, it has come to be that time again where I'm going to have to leave you in the good graces of Yoda whilst I make a dash down the hallway and back before we bring you the final story of the evening, the statement of Randolph Carter. I shall return momentarily. Hello, I'm back. Oh my God. Megan Fox is texting me hilarious stuff that there's no way I can read. Don't make me laugh in the middle of my horror readings. Megan Fox, if that's your real name. Oh my gosh. How are y'all doing? Time to get a drink and a snack. Exactly, Roland Arthur. I do one more final refreshment of my. Oh, I'm almost out of. This is one of my favorites, and it's almost gone. Another pour of my Kilchoman Makir Bay. What a fantastic peated Isla Scotch this is. Oh, we just killed a bottle. This was a fantastic bottle. Add it to the kill floor. All right. Let's see. What has come on since the last story began? Duncan Idaho with a $5 super chat who wants us to continue reading one more story. I think Straubs might be contemplating your evil eye. She's got a nefarious look about her. Yes. And Duncan Idaho again with $10 more. Jeff, have you ever seen True Detective? Just season 1 on HBO. Yes. We just mentioned that earlier. One of the best written miniseries ever, in my opinion, and with some definite Lovecraft influences. 10 out of 10, strongly recommend. I did watch it when it first came out, and I don't remember much about it, like I said, other than it was I really don't remember much about it. I'm gonna have to go back and watch it because it was a long time ago. Strawberry, what's up with you tonight? You're just being growly, aren't you? You're too close to the camera. You're too close to the camera, aren't you? Aren't you with them little teeths? Aren't you with those little teeths? Give some dog scratches. I don't have any more snacks. You ate all the snacks, you fat pig. Meep. Hello. How are you doing? How are you doing, little fat piggy? There we go. Well, I hope you're all enjoying this Hallows Eve readings of H.P. Lovecraft and Edgar Allan Poe. And as I said again, tomorrow, actual Halloween, will be devoted mostly to reading The Call of Cthulhu by H.P. Lovecraft, of course. And if there's any other time, we'll read some other stories. We'll read Percy Shelley's Ozymandias, and we'll read some other stories. The we'll read some other things. I'll think about some other short stories to read if we have time. But the Call of Cthulhu is quite long. What do you want dropped? Look at those teeth. Look at those teeth. It looks like me before my parents spent so much money on braces. I DM'd you one on X, says Little Miss. Let's check out X. Oh, a long time ago, Apple Eater with Rome on Rumble. It says new to the. I don't know how long ago this was, because I don't like that Rumble doesn't give timestamps for the chat, so I don't know how long ago this was. So Apple Eater with Rome, welcome aboard. Yoda, Dargy, I'm going to put you outside. Do you want to go outside? Seriously, I will put you outside. I have no more snacks to give you. I have no more snacks to give you. I promise you, I have no more snacks to give you. Do you want a ball? I can throw the ball around. Is this what you want? Do you want the ball? You want the ball? You can't have the. You can't handle the ball. Do you want your inappropriately shaped toy? Oh, yeah, by the way, I'm wearing my Bridge City Sinners shirt. If you want to listen to some really cool music, Google Bridge City Sinners. There's a thing about the Bridge City Sinners that I might want to talk about in a month or so. I'm taking a risk. The Bridge City Sinners is one of my... Get it. There you go. Sorry, Yoda. No toy for you. Potato love. What do we got here? T.S. Eliot. The fragment of an Aegon. Yes. Cool. Awesome Blossom. Okay. Megan Fox with the $5. Doggo Snack Fund, not the raunchy toy. Well, I've just cast the raunchy toy at Strawberry, but she wanted nothing to do with it. We're just going to have to power through this final story and then put the doggos to bed. They appear to be having this weird, at least Strawberry is having this weird reaction to this red light. They don't seem to like the red light very much. Damn it, stop barking. The neighbors will wake up. Squeaks very loud toy. I'm surprised the neighbors haven't called the police on me yet. for shouting at Sarah Boone's lawyer at midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, me reading scary stories in a loud voice at now currently 1:30 in the morning. Well, I guess we have an understanding. You had a crush on Blossom's older brother. Maya and Bial, like, she was cute back in the day. She's still kind of, I just, those of you that know, I have a thing for noses. But anyway, that's not what we're here to talk about. All right, we're going to now read the final story of day 1 of our Halloween special. Before we do that, though, Kaiser Pineapple says something here. At Legal Vices, I hope to be done by sometime around December, but I've been writing a horror story. It might be up your alley with how much you enjoy Lovecraft. It's been a passion project of mine. Send it to me. I would be happy to read it. That would be super cool. Dude, see this? This is empty. It's got no more snacks in it. Sniff it all you want. There's no more snacks. There's no more snacks. God dang. All right. Bear with me. You're just going to have to listen to this story complete with whiny dog noises. Because that's all we got right now. All right. Set the camera so I don't have to be looking at it while we read the final story of the evening. Island says, I'm so excited. I can't. Well, you better. You better can, because we're going to read the story you insisted we read, complete with dog whinings and noises. I might have to put, I can't, dogs, I cannot do this. I will put you outside, and the chat will hate me for it, but I will put you outside and shut the door if that's what you want. You got a choice. Sit there, be quiet for about the next 15 minutes, or I will put you outside. Now is the time to make your choice. What are you going to do? The choice is yours, dogs. Yoda's a good dog. Yoda's a good dog, aren't you? Yoda just wants to hear the story. All right. I've got lots of snacks. They've just had lots of snacks tonight. That's why they're making those noises. They're like, oh, we make noises, we get snacks. Not now. Not anymore. Oh, Christopher Lee's reading of anything is the best. Christopher Lee, there's like 3 people, Sean Connery, Charlton Heston, and Christopher Lee could read the goddamn phone book and I would listen to it. Yeah. Of course, Christopher Lee's reading of anything is the best. And certainly, I am nowhere near that caliber. So, all right, I am going to have to put the dog outside. Doggy, 나가. 응? 나가세요. doggy, 나가세요. Huh? I have to yell at my dog in Korean. She doesn't understand English. doggy, 나갈 거야? 응? 나가세요. 나가세요. Doesn't listen to me. Yoda's just confused, but why? I'm not doing anything wrong. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The final story of the night. Let me get it open here. Let me adjust the screen accordingly. Cheers. The Statement of Randolph Carter by H.P. Lovecraft. I repeat to you, gentlemen, and this is, by the way, for the YouTube algorithm. We are talking about law and legal matters. This is a statement. This is a legal statement given in a court of law. So, YouTube algorithm, do not sideline us for doing weird shit like reading horror stories on Halloween. This is law and legal related. I repeat to you, gentlemen, at the beginning of the story, the dogs are staring at me. I have to cover my stream. I have to cover my screen because Yoda is just piercing me, piercing my soul with his beady little rat eyes. There we go. Thank you so much for laying down, Yoda. All right, there you go. Good puppies, good puppers. All right, now I can read the story. The Statement of Randolph Carter by H.P. Lovecraft. I repeat to you, gentlemen, that your inquisition is fruitless. Detain me here forever, if you will. Confine or execute me if you must have a victim to propitiate the illusion that you call justice. But I can say no more than I have said already. Everything that I can remember, I have told you with perfect candor. Nothing has been distorted or concealed, and if anything remains vague, it is only because of the dark cloud which has come over my mind, that cloud and the nebulous nature of the horrors which brought it upon me. Again, I say I do not know what has become of Harley Warren, though I think, almost hope, that he is in peaceful oblivion, if there be anywhere so blessed a thing. It is true that I have for 5 years been his closest friend and a partial sharer of his terrible researches into the unknown. I will not deny, though my memory is uncertain and indistinct, that this witness of yours may have seen us together, as he says, on the Gainesville Pike, walking towards Big Cypress Swamp at 11:30 on that awful night. That we bore electric lanterns, spades, and a curious coil of wire with attached instruments, I will even affirm, for these things all played a part in the single hideous scene which remains burned into my shaken recollection. But of what followed, and of the reason I was found alone and dazed on the edge of the swamp next morning, I must insist that I know nothing save what I have told you over and over again. You say to me there is nothing in the swamp or near it which could form the setting of that frightful episode. I reply that I know nothing beyond what I saw. Vision or nightmare it may have been, vision or nightmare, I fervently hope it was. Yet it is all that my mind retains of what took place in those shocking hours after we left the side of man. And why Harley Warren did not return, he or his shade or some nameless thing I cannot describe, alone can tell. As I have said before, the weird studies of Harley Warren were well known to me, and to some extent shared by me. Of his vast collection of strange, rare books on forbidden subjects, I have read all that are written in the languages of which I am a master, but these are few as compared with those in languages I cannot understand. Most, I believe, are in Arabic. And the fiend-inspired book which brought on the end, the book which he carried in his pocket out of the world, was written in characters whose like I have never seen elsewhere. Warren would never tell me just what was in that book. As to the nature of our studies, must I say again that I no longer retain full comprehension? It seems to me rather merciful that I do not, for they were terrible studies, which I pursued more through reluctant fascination than through actual inclination. Warren always dominated me, and sometimes I feared him. I remember how I shuddered at his facial expression on the night before the awful happening, when he talked so incessantly of his theory, why certain corpses never decay, but rest firm and fat in their tombs for 1,000 years. But I do not fear him now, for I suspect that he has known horrors beyond my ken. Now I fear for him. Once more, I say that I have no clear idea of our object on that night. Certainly, it had much to do with something in the book which Warren carried with him, that ancient book in undecipherable characters which had come to him from India a month before. But I swear, I do not know what it was that we expected to find. Your witness says he saw us at 11:30 on the Gainesville Pike, headed for the Big Cypress Swamp. This is probably true, but I have no distinct memory of it. The picture seared into my soul is one scene only, and the hour must have been long after midnight, for a waning crescent moon was high in the vaporous heavens. The place was an ancient cemetery, so ancient that I trembled at the manifold signs of immemorial years. It was a deep, damp hollow, overgrown with rank grass, moss, and curious creeping weeds, and filled a vague stench, which my idle fancy associated absurdly with rotting stone. On every hand were the signs of neglect and decrepitude, and I seemed haunted by the notion that Warren and I were the first living creatures to invade a lethal silence of centuries. Over the valley's rim, a waning crescent moon peered through the noisome vapors that seemed to emanate from the unheard of catacombs, and by its feeble wavering beams I could distinguish a repellent array of antique slabs, urns, cenotaphs, and mausolean facades, all crumbling, moss-grown and moss-stained, and partly concealed by the gross luxuriance of the unhealthy vegetation. My first vivid impression of my own presence in this terrible necropolis concerns the act of pausing with Warren before a certain half-obliterated sepulchre, and of throwing down some burdens which we seem to have been carrying. I now observed that I had with me an electric lantern and 2 spades, whilst my companion was supplied with a similar lantern and a portable telephone outfit. No word was uttered, for the spot and the task seemed known to us, and without delay we seized our spades and commenced to clear away the grass, weeds, and drifted earth from the flat, archaic mortuary. Now, after uncovering the entire surface, which consisted of 3 immense granite slabs, we stepped back some distance to survey the carnal scene. And Warren appeared to make some mental calculations. Then he returned to the sepulchre, and using his spade as a lever, sought to pry up the slab lying nearest to a stony ruin, which may have been a monument in its day, but he did not succeed. He motioned to me to come to his assistance. Finally, our combined strength loosened the stone, which we raised and tipped to one side. The removal of the slab revealed a black aperture, from which rushed an effluence of miasmal gases so nauseous that we started back in horror. After an interval, however, we approached the pit again and found the exhalations less unbearable. Our lanterns disclosed the top of a flight of stone steps, dripping with some detestable ichor of the inner earth, and bordered by moist walls encrusted with nitra. And now, for the first time, my memory records verbal discourse. Warren addressed me at length in his mellow tenor voice, a voice singularly unperturbed by our awesome surroundings. "I'm sorry to have to ask you to stay on the surface," he said, "but it would be a crime to let anyone with your frail nerves go down there. You can't imagine, even from what you have read and from what I have told you, the things I shall have to see and do. It's fiendish work, Carter, and I doubt if any man without ironclad sensibilities could ever see it through and come up alive and sane. I don't wish to offend you, and heaven knows I'd be glad enough to have you with me, but the responsibility is in a certain sense mine. And I couldn't drag a bundle of nerves like you down to probable death or madness. I tell you, you can't imagine what the thing is really like. But I promise to keep you informed over the telephone of every move. You see, I have enough wire here to reach the center of the earth and back." I can still hear in memory those coolly spoken words, and I can still remember my remonstrances. I seemed desperately anxious to accompany my friend into those sepulchral depths. Yet he provided inflexibly obdurate. At one time, he threatened to abandon the expedition if I remained insistent, a threat which proved effective since he alone held the key to the thing. All I can say is I still remember, though I no longer know what manner of thing we sought. After he had secured my reluctant acquiescence in his design, Warren picked up the reel of wire and adjusted the instruments. At his nod, I took one of the latter and seated myself upon an aged, discolored gravestone close by the newly uncovered aperture. Then he shook my hand, shouldered the coil of wire, and disappeared within that indescribable ossuary. For a moment I kept sight of the glow of his lantern, and heard the rustle of the wire as he laid it down after him. But the glow soon disappeared abruptly as if a turn in the stone staircase he had encountered, and the sound died away almost as quickly. I was alone, yet bound to the unknown depths by those magic strands whose insulated surface lay green beneath the struggling beams of that waning crescent moon. In the lone silence of that hoary and deserted city of the dead, my mind conceived the most ghastly fantasies and illusions, and the grotesque shrines and monoliths seemed to assume a hideous personality, a half sentience. Amorphous shadows seemed to lurk in the darker recesses of the wood-choked hollow, and to flit as in some blasphemous ceremonial procession past the portals of the moldering tombs in the hillside. Shadows which could not have been cast by that pallid peering crescent moon. I constantly consulted my watch by the light of my electric lantern and listened with feverish anxiety to the receiver of the telephone. But for more than a quarter of an hour, heard nothing. Then a faint clicking came from the instrument, and I called down to my friend in a tense voice. Apprehensive as I was nevertheless unprepared for the words which came up from the uncanny vault in accents more alarmed and quivering than any I had heard before from Harley Warren. He who had so calmly left me a little while previously now called from below in a shaky whisper, more portentous than the loudest shriek.
God, if you can see what I'm seeing.
I could not answer. Speechless, I could only wait. Then came the frenzied tones again.
Carter, it's terrible, monstrous, unbelievable.
This time, my voice did not fail me, and I poured into the transmitter a flood of excited questions. Terrified, I continued to read, Warren, what is it? What is it? Once more came the voice of my friend, still hoarse with fear, and now apparently tinged with despair.
I can't tell you, Carter. It's too utterly beyond thought. I dare not tell you. No man could know it and live. Great God, I never dreamed of this. Stillness.
Again, save for my now incoherent of shuddering inquiry, then the voice of Warren in a pitch of wilder consternation.
Carter, for the love of God, put back the slab and get out of this if you can. Quick, leave everything else and make for the outside. It is your only chance. Do as I say and don't ask me to explain.
I heard, yet was only able to repeat my frantic questions. Around me, the tombs and the darkness and the shadows. Below me, some peril, the radius of the human imagination. But my friend was in greater danger than I, and through my fear, I felt a vague resentment that he should deem me capable of deserting him under such circumstances. More clicking, and after a pause, a piteous cry from Warren.
Beat it, for God's sake! Put back the slab and beat it, Carter!
Something in the boyish slang of my evidently stricken companion unleashed my faculties. I formed and shouted a resolution. Warren, brace up, I'm coming down. But this offer, the tone of my auditor changed to a scream of utter despair.
Don't! You can't understand. It's too late and my own fault. Put back the slab and run. There's nothing else you or anyone can do now.
The tone changed again, this time acquiring a softer quality, as of hopeless resignation. Yet it remained tense through anxiety for me.
Quick, before it's too late.
I tried not to heed him. I tried to break through the paralysis which held me, and to fulfill my vow to rush down to his aid. But his next whisper found me still held inert in the chains of stark horror.
Carter, hurry. It's no use. You must go. Better one than two. The slab.
A pause. More clicking. Then the faint voice of Warren.
Nearly over now. Don't make it harder. Cover up those damned steps and run for your life. You're losing time. So long, Carter. Won't see you again.
Here Warren's whisper swelled into a cry that gradually rose to a shrieking fraught with all the horror of the ages.
Curse the hellish things, legions! My God, beat it! Beat it! Beat it!
After all that was silence. I know not how many interminable eons I sat stupefied, whispering, muttering, calling, screaming into that telephone. Over and over again, through those eons, I whispered and muttered, called, shouted, and screamed, Warren, Warren, answer me, are you there? And then there came to me the crowning horror of all. The unbelievable, unthinkable, almost unmentionable thing. I have said that eons seemed to elapse after Warren shrieked forth his last despairing warning, and that only my own cries now broke the hideous silence. But after a while, there was a further clicking in the receiver, and I strained my ears to listen. Again, I called down, "Warren, are you there?" And in answer heard the thing which has brought this cloud over my mind. I do not try, gentlemen, to account for that thing, that voice, nor can I venture to describe it in detail, since the first words took away my consciousness and created a mental blank which reaches to the time of my awakening in the hospital. Shall I say that the voice was deep, hollow, gelatinous, remote, unearthly, inhumane, disbodied? What shall I say? It was the end of my experience and is the end of my story. I heard it and knew no more. Heard it as I sat petrified in that unknowing cemetery in the hollow, amidst the crumbling stones and the falling tombs, the rank vegetation and the miasmal vapors. Heard it well up from the innermost depths of that damnable open sepulchre as I watched amorphous, necrophagous shadows dance beneath an accursed waning moon. And this is what it said:
You fool, Warren is dead.
That is the statement of Randolph Carter by H.P. Lovecraft. That was for you, Allan. You wanted it, you got it. The statement of Randolph Carter by H.P. Lovecraft. Complete with sound effects. Woohoo! Aren't you happy? Yes, of course. I knew that when I said beat it, beat it, beat it, there would be plenty of you making Michael Jackson comments in chat, because I know you. I know you people. Yeah, I'm just scrolling through the comments, seeing there's nothing but Michael Jackson comments. Ooh, miasmal vapors, says Davel. Oh, well, those are informative vapors. That was awesome, says Lady Tammy. Thank you, Lady Tammy. I appreciate that. Thanks, Allan. Rip Warren. Rip Warren. Rip Harley Warren. Thanks, Jeff. I'm very happy, says Allan. Bravo, says Digger. Wait, what about the slab? We don't know. Oh, Flux loves that one. Flux loves all the stories. Get yourself an egg and beat it. Well, ladies and germs, boys and girls, children of all ages, oh God. All right. It's time. It's that time. Wow. I've been under those red lights so long that this just all seems like I'm just seeing bright green. Now that we introduce other primary colors into my vision. Duncan, Idaho has gifted 1 Legal Vices membership. Thank you so much, Duncan, Idaho. And Digger got it. Digger 420 got that gifted membership. There you go, Diggs. What's up, Diggs? You got it. Kaiser Pineapple Classic Story. Love that one. Yeah, that is a great story. I quite enjoy it myself. But like I said, tomorrow we will be reading primarily The Call of Cthulhu. I am also thinking of a few other things. Azathoth is a good story. Nyarlathotep, perhaps we'll get to that. The Other Gods is a great story. But we'll also, some of you are asking for other short stories from other people. Ozymandias is a great poem by Percy Shelley. We might read some other things as well if we have time. The Call of Cthulhu is quite long, but in the remaining time, we'll read other stuff. Jill M says, thanks, Jeff. You have educated me tonight. Oh, I don't know if I've educated you. I've just read stories. But Joe Choi liked it, so that's good. Return the slab, or suffer the consequences.
Yoda's gonna, Doggy, you're gonna suffer the consequences, you whiny little bitch.
I must play with the dogs. It's now what 2 a.m. But I must play with the doggos. They're demanding. Strawberry's demanding attention. So I'll have to give her a good playing with here. Little Miss, oh God, yes. Do the name. Oh, the Nameless City. Let me write that down and add that to the list. The Nameless City. We don't care about you, dog. Shh. It's one of Lovecraft's longer stories, but it's not too long. So yeah. Shh. Come on, doggos. Shh. Don't make the neighbors call the police, okay, little buddy? Okay, little baby dog. Don't make them call the cops. Prospero's speech about dreams. Yeah, that's The Tempest is a great play. Shakespeare was kind of good, you know. See, that's the thing. If you're like, if people are still reading your shit 400 years after you die, you must be pretty good. You must be pretty good at what you did. Well, tomorrow, like I said, I want to read The Call of Cthulhu, which is quite long. It really is quite long. It's one of his longer stories, not nearly the longest. The longest story, I believe, is Dexter Ward, which kind of is the Reanimator story. But that's his longest story, I believe. But Call of Cthulhu is up there. Duncan Idaho with the $2. No, don't say shh. It's got Boone all over it. Well, don't get Boone all over everything. That would be bad. We need that Randolph Carter clipped as a separate video. I'll probably clip all of these as a separate video and just sort of upload them as short videos, just for giggles. So yeah, that's my plan. So yeah, I will break them up into individual stories. The Pit and the Pendulum. Ugh, that's a good story. That was one of my first Edgar Allan Poe stories I ever read, because I think I read the Telltale Heart first, and I think the Pit and the Pendulum was in a I have these vague, because I started reading this weird shit when I was really, really young. God, because I think I remember reading the Telltale Heart and then like the Pit and the Pendulum when I was like 9 or so. Oh, the Pit and the Pendulum is good. We'll add that to the list here. Let me add that to the list. The Pit and the Pendulum. Also a great movie. Was that just a Peter Cushing movie? I think Peter Cushing was in Kaiser. If you're still here, The Pit and the Pendulum, was that only a Peter Cushing movie, or was that a Peter Cushing Christopher Lee movie? The Pit and the Pendulum, because they did all the great movies. They did all the great Poe movies. The Fall of the House of Usher, The Raven. The Raven had one of the greatest like wizard combat scenes of movie history in it. Great stuff. God, Yoda, it's like I've never paid attention to you in my life, right? Favorite Peter Cushing movie was Peter Cushing was in Top Secret? I don't recall Peter Cushing being in Top Secret. I just remember Val Kilmer, of course. All right, people. Oh, The Turn of the Screw. Ooh, yeah. It is long, but that is a good story. He was the guy with the huge eye behind. Oh, he was. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, Peter Cushing was in Doctor Who and the Daleks. That is correct. There's a good old school Doctor Who reference for you. Oh, Island says, thanks for indulging me, Jeff. That story scared the snot out of me when I first read it, and I've never forgotten it. Well, that's good. The H.P. Lovecraft stories should do that. Okay, people. It's that time. It's that time of day to shut this down, I think. That was day 1 of the H.P. Lovecraft Halloween, Edgar Allan Poe Halloween with me, Lawrex. Tomorrow we will not go 4 hours. I only expected to go 2 hours, but you guys were so freaking generous. I decided to do everything. We will do a 2 hours tomorrow, and that will be the end of it. But thank you so very much today for being here, for mods, for sticking with me and doing this. Thank you so much for the super chats, the gifted memberships, the purchase memberships, and as always, thank you, chat, for indulging me and just hanging out here and talking to each other in chat, keeping each other company, and giving us stuff to talk about. We'll see you tomorrow at the usual time. Until then, everybody, please take care of yourself. Please be happy, and please, at this Halloween time, take care of yourselves. Be cautious, be careful. And I will see you, as I said, tomorrow. Right now, we are going to go pop on over to Trial TV Live for day 5 and 6 of the Chandler Halderson trial. Again, that is a real-life, modern-day Halloween horror story. So take care, everybody. We'll see you. And love you all. Bye now.